Start our conference. Добре видно все, чути? Жень, ми можемо починати? We're very glad to see you in our conference, and let me to invite Professor Leonid Yatsenko, who is head of organizing committee, a professor, academician of National Academy of Science of Ukraine. Dear Professor Yatsenko, please start our conference. Dear Leonid Yatsenko, please start our conference. Do you hear us?
Олена, включіть мікрофон.
А звука не чую.
Мікрофон.
Женя, його звуку не чути. А як виключити йому? Включіть мікрофон свій, вас не чути. Ну, то не нажимається, я теж йому не можу. Відео пропало. Може, давайте тут я вам дам слово.
Олена, включіть мікрофон свій.
Мікрофон мій?
Ну,
Ми вас чуємо, але не бачимо.
Я вас не чую. Тільки тепер чутно.
Ми вас не бачимо.
Ну, тепер ви мене бачите. Олена, у вас був виключений у всіх мікрофон. Нічого не було чутно в зумі. Про що йдеться?
Я зрозуміла. Я вибачаюся, ми запросили вас до вступного слова.
Ну, так треба було запрошувати.
Okay, let's start again. Dear Professor Leonid Yatsenko, we invite you to open speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yatsenko, for this possibility to open our conference. Dear colleagues, participants of the 9th International Conference Nanotechnologies and Nanomaterials, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all at the International Conference Nanotechnology and Nanomaterials, NANO-2021. As it happened in the context of the COVID pandemic, the conference takes place partly live in the culture capital of Ukraine, famous city Lviv, and partly online using modern technologies of Zoom and YouTube. It is symbolic that our conference takes place in the days of the 30th anniversary of Ukraine's independence. Let me sincerely congratulate all the participants from Ukraine on this great anniversary. The history of our conference, which is also approaching its first 10th anniversary, shows that not everything is so bad with science in Ukraine. One of the areas in which we are at the forefront of world science are nanotechnologies and nanomaterials. The purpose of the conference on this direction is to promote scientific contacts and discussions between researchers representing various scientific fields around the world. Previous nano conferences were held in Ukraine during 2012-2020, most of them together with the international summer schools for young scientists. They allowed the participants, including young scientists, to familiarize with current research and application problems in this area, and thus to promote further implementation of nanotechnologies into innovation which meet public needs. Unfortunately, in recent years, due to the pandemic and the difficult political situation in Ukraine, schools for young scientists have not been held. However, I really hope that this good tradition will resume in the near future. As in previous years, the conference NANO-2021 aroused great interest among researchers in the field of nanosciences and technologies from all over the world. More than 500 people from about 20 countries have registered to participate in the conference. Over the course of 3 days, more than 70 oral talks by representatives of 15 countries will be presented on the plenary sessions. Among them will be talks of both world-famous scientists and very young, just starting their way in science. As always, a lot more than 200 interesting reports will be presented at the poster session. I wish the participants of the conference to successfully share and broaden their basic and application knowledge in nanoscience and nanotechnologies, to advance the networking and collaboration between academia and research players in this area, and thus to create a good basis for further practical contributions. And of course, have a nice time in Lviv who came live to our conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for welcome speech. Now let me to invite to opening speech Professor Vice Rector for Scientific Research of National University Lviv Polytechnic, Demidov Ivan.
We'll use appropriate microphone. I hope you could hear me well. First of all, I would like to express my warmest greetings to all who was able to attend this conference, as physically, offline, as well as in virtual way. It is very pleasant for me to see so great attendance to this hall today, and this is a sign of returning to the offline conversations in our very difficult times. My speech is intended to welcome you once more in Lviv as host city for this important and famous conference. At the opening of this extraordinary event on behalf of the administration of Lviv Polytechnic National University. Our university's traditional scope for last centuries to support scientific innovations and peoples that are encouraged to bring them in the light of the real life. And we are doing our best all these years while supporting this important conference. I think there is no doubt that the future of useful discoveries is given to the field of nanoscience and nanoelectronics as the main direction. Already the current nanotechnology is taking over the world in electronics, medicine, space engineering, food and nutrition, as the protection of food and drink and food production. All these goals are elements of the world's sustainable development paradigm. I should draw the current conference is of a complex topic. Here is physics, chemistry, biology and technology. Simulations of all these fields will be touched during future meetings to make investigations and their results more effective for scientists. Therefore, the problems of nanotechnology and fundamental issues associated with it, the issues of practical use of its achievements, and the objects of persistent daily work of scientists of our university. The goal of this conference is to present unique results obtained by scientists and to highlight the further process in nanotechnology is possible only through a deep understanding of processes, phenomena in nano-objects, nanostructures, etc. Methods of its understanding too. I'm convinced that this goal will be reached, and I would like to wish you fruitful work during next sections and meetings. So be healthy, stay reunified in this divided physical world, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for opening speech, and now we will continue. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to welcome you at our Nano conference. Thanks to you, we are growing and becoming stronger year by year. Our conference began with the summer school and for young scientists, and over the last years has grown into the largest international scientific conference, which is year by year growing and become stronger. Last 9 years, we gathered together about more than 600 scientists from around the world in Ukraine. Each year we publish the abstract of participants of our Nano conference. Also we gather articles in Springer books in special issue of international journals with high impact factors such as Open Access Nanoscale Research Letter, Open Access European Physical Journal Plus, Molecular Crystal and Liquid Crystal Journal, Open Access Springer Nature, Applied Science, where we have collected already more than 700 articles of the participants of our conference. Every year, the speakers of our conference are leading scientists from more than 25 countries of the world. Among them are even Nobel laureates. In particular, last year, the invited lecturer of our Nano conference was Professor Roald Hoffmann, a winner of a Nobel Prize in Chemistry. A future of Nano conference is the support of scientific potential and development of young scientists, where they have the opportunity to present their achievements to the scientific community. Every year, it's a very symbolic that International Conference Nano coincides with the Independence Day of Ukraine. It's our joint contribution to the further development of science in Ukraine, a platform for exchange of ideas and knowledge, as well as conference provides an opportunity to find partners and like-minded people to stimulate the development of innovation in Ukraine. In recent years, we have been conducting it using the capacity of international platform, Enterprise Europe Network. This year, despite the obstacles caused by COVID, our conference provides you with a unique opportunity to meet online with scientists, innovators, and investors from around the world. To do this, you need to visit our virtual event, Digital Science Tech Hub for Innovation 2021, which is open to all businesses and science representatives who want to gain support and establish partnership with potential foreign partners. This event provides an opportunity to expand the international interaction between business and science in the field of innovation technologies and nanotechnologies. The B2B platform of this event allows participants to pre-book two-way online meetings with other event participants over the world. For this, you have to use link which is provided on our conference website and on our Facebook page of conference or on Facebook page of EN Ukraine Consortium. Please note that this year the Nano conference will broadcast online on our YouTube channel. You can see the detailed program of lectures on the conference Nano 2021 website. The broadcast will be open to everyone on our YouTube channel, where you can see also in chat, and you can see the presentation and send in chat your question to each plenary or oral presentation. All poster presentations are gathered on website of our Nano conference. You can send your question directly to corresponding author of this poster presentation. Now allow for me to read the welcome speech of Professor Anton Naumovits, head of organizing committee of the conference. One moment. This welcome speech in Ukrainian language, so I will be read it in Ukrainian language. Шановні колеги, учасники 9-ї міжнародної конференції «Нанотехнології, наноматеріали» NANO-2021. Щиро вітаю всіх вас і доповідачів, і організаторів вашого зібрання з відкриттям цього важливого наукового заходу. Термін «нано» був впроваджений в широкий обіг в середині 1970 року. Нині він вже знайомий широким масам громадян як дефініція для багатьох наукових і технологічних розробок, що ставлять на службу людства знання про особливі властивості дуже дрібних частинок речовини. Програма вашої конференції демонструє великий інтерес до тематики нано, як з боку вже відомих спеціалістів, так і, що дуже важливо, з боку наукової молоді. Широта тематики доповідей свідчить про те, що наноматеріали вже визнані як чудові конструктаційні матеріали, які відкривають дивовижні можливості в різних галузях. Поряд з електронікою вони стрімко знаходять дедалі більше застосування в медицині. Приємно, що в вашій конференції беруть участь представники багатьох країн, в тому числі і наші співвітчизники, які працюють за кордоном. Щиро бажаю учасникам конференції плідного спілкування на благо науки і інновацій, на прогрес і користь людства. З повагою, академік Антон Наумович, член президії Національної академії наук. So now I think we can start. Let's start our Nano conference. The conference is taking place in Lviv. That is why the first lecture will be done by Professor of Lviv National University, Professor Olena Aksimientieva. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participant of the NANO-21 conference in Lviv, I was honored to be a speaker for plenary session, and I want to thank for organizers of the conference to their attention to the research with carried out in Lviv University. It is especially important that our conference take place in the days of celebrating of the independence of Ukraine, demonstrating the integration of Ukrainian science into the international space. Lviv University is one of the oldest and the best university in Ukraine and in Europe. It was founded in 1961 by the King Jan Kazimierz. But now Lviv University today, a classic higher education institution with strong academic school, tradition and modern innovative approach. The chemical faculty, when I have pleasure to work, also have our history. The history of teaching chemistry and scientist research goes back to 1784, when the first chemical laboratory was founded. In 1951, the chemistry department was opened and was the beginning of modern chemistry departments and chemistry faculty. Our scientific team work in the field of nanochemistry and organic electronics and bring together researchers from several departments: chemical faculty, faculty of electronics, physical faculty of Ivan Franko National University of Lviv. We cooperate with European and Ukrainian institutes, and this collaboration is very good. In the present report, we'll discuss it. Nanofabrication of conducting polymer composites with dielectric polymeric matrices, matrix and percolation effects, nanostructure based of conducting polymers and inorganic semiconductors, electrochromic and hybrid materials for organic electronics. Conducting polymers are the main components of new materials with specific function for organic electronics and other using. These substances were discovered in 1970, and in 2000 years the Nobel Prize for discovery of conducting polymers was obtained by the group of science. This discovery and the result of other studies of the electrical properties of organic materials paved the way to new electronic based on inorganic materials. The branch of this electronics you can see is maybe gas sensor, microwave absorption, electromagnetic shielding, anti-static coating, plastic solar cell, organic display. For example, Samsung present a first flexible smartphone. Conducting polymers can be considered as synthetic nanometals with a particle diameter of from 10 to 20 nanometers and unique electronic, optical, electrochemical, and catalytic properties, the ability to absorb radioactive rays. Conducting polymer present p electron delocalization arising from conjugated double bonds in the polymer backbone. They can show very high electrical conductivity in doped state. Charge transfer is carried out by the hopping mechanism along the polymer chain with p-conjugated bonds. To fabrication conducting polymer composites, the number of methods may be using. It may be polymer blends in common organic solvents, ultrasonic dispersion and thermal pressing, template synthesis, in situ matrix polymerization, mechanochemical polymerization, electrochemical polymerization in polymer film, and microemulsion polymerization. Structure of elementary link of conductive polymer and dielectric polymer matrix, which were used in our investigation, you can see in this slide. To fabricate conducting composites, we propose a new nanotechnological approach, the method of in situ matrix polymerization. We observed the significant decrease of the rate constant in the presence of polymer phase. And this decrease may be caused by the matrix effect which observed in our study. The interaction between the functional group of the acid and the hydroxyl group with the amino group of monomers leads to formation of the conductive complex, which was confirmed by ER spectroscopy study. But perhaps the most interesting effect in such composites is the effect of the percolation character of conductivity. This character demonstrates the sharp from 10 orders increasing in conductivity in the presence of conducting polymer filler in dielectric polymer matrices. The main equations of the percolation theory you can see in this slide. This effect leads to formation of infinitive cluster of conductivity. We've shown that the concentration dependence of the specific electrical conductivity in the content on filler has a percolation character with a low percolation threshold, which depends on the nature of polymer matrix and conducting polymer. For example, for composites, polyvinyl alcohol, polyaniline, a value of percolation threshold is very low, near 2%, and critical parameters of conductivity, T, suggest the formation of three-dimensional object. The similar result were obtained for the matrix of steromal. In this case, the percolation threshold is near 9 to 10%, and the critical parameters of conductivity is near 2.6. Structure of composites before and after percolation threshold confirm the formation on infinitive cluster of conductivity. All parameters depend both a structure of conducting polymers and dielectric polymer matrix. There are in good agreement with percolation theory developed for the carbon nanotube polymer composites by Professor Mamunia, Dr. Lesov, and other scientists. We for the first time demonstrate that such theory can be used for a wide number of conducting polymer composites. Interesting result we obtained in the investigation of the composites polymethacrylate polyaniline. In this case, we have very low percolation threshold. Temperature dependence of the conductivity confirm that semiconductor character of conductivity is such composites. The energy of the charge transport, activation energy of charge transport, decrease with increasing the content of conducting polymer. The APR spectrum of such composites have a sharp of the singlet without hyperfine structure, with the G factor closely to factor of the free electron. The presence of polymeric matrix causes significant charge delocalization along the macro chain of the dielectric polymer matrix. The dielectric polymeric matrix can affect the degree of coupling of the conducting polymer structure by orienting the macro chain in one direction to form one-dimensional 1D structure. Presence of an extremum on the temperature dependencies may indicate the reorganization of the electronic structure and manifestation of the effect of magnetic interaction. The method of obtaining conducting polystyrene, polyamino iron composites by chemical polymerization allows to increase almost to 10 times the electrical conductivity of composites. According to X-ray diffraction data, composites are characterized by a predominantly orient structure and accordingly a high degree of crystallinity. This prospects a high conductivity of composites and their use as antistatic coating. On the basis of optical properties of conducting composites, the method of formation of the flexible gas-sensitive film were developed. Synthesis of composites were carried out by in situ polymerization of monomers inside the polymer matrix. For practical application, we propose a structure based on the flexible sensor film, which change their color under action of gas and may be used as visual indicators of ammonia and other gases in the food industry and environment. Disadvantages of polymer materials in organic electronics are low concentration of and mobility of charge carriers. Polymer conductors also have degraded and less resistant to ionizing radiation. Improving performance of device organic electronics is possible due to the development of hybrid nanocomposites of conducting polymer with inorganic semiconductors. These composites may be fabricated by the simple, safe, and energy-safe method without vacuum technologies. Semiconductor materials with spatially inhomogeneous structure, layered, porous, dispersive, attract a special attention due to possibility formation of the hybrid materials on new types. To fabrication, hybrid composites polymer semiconductor, we use such method: chemical and electrochemical polymerization in situ inside nanoporous semiconductor layers, polymer intercalation to layered semiconductor crystals, encapsulation of semiconductor nanoparticles by polymer shell, thermovacuum and magnetron deposition of conducting polymer on the nanostructure semiconductor surface, and adsorption of polymer by nanoporous layer. We developed a very interesting method to fabrication of the conducting polymer semiconductor nanostructure based on the layered semiconductors such as gallium selenide. Its layered materials containing covalent tetralayered sheets attached one to other by weak van der Waals force. For composite fabrication, the method of self-assembling of the gallium-selen nanoparticles during the oxidative polymerization of aniline in the surface of the gallium-selenium were realized in condition of ultrasonic dispersion. The conductivity of composites increased with increasing polyaniline contact. So, in spectra of cathodoluminescence, the significant change in the peak position and intensity of emission take place. According to X-ray analysis, it was established that hybrid composites have the particles of gallium-selen with average crystalline size near 45 nanometers. This size is less than initial size of nanoparticles gallium-selen. Using the high-resolution electron microscopy, it was confirmed that a significant expansion of interplanar distances and the action of the conducting polymer may be observed. These facts confirm the possibility of exfoliated of the pani by gallium selenium nanoparticles and formation 2D graphene-like structure. Nanostructure based on porous silicon and conducting polymer were synthesized by different methods. It may be method of electrical polymerization and method of the magnetosputtering. In all cases, you can see that conducting polymer is the insertion to the porous of the porous silicon. The influence of surface polymer layer on the character of emission process is defined by the type of conducting polymer integrated to the porous silicon and by the method of heterostructure preparation. The magnitude of luminescent emission arises in the factor of 8 to 10 for the composites polyparaffinilen porous silicon. The small size of the porous silicon nanocrystal, large surface area, and smallest reflection coefficient compared to bulk silicon cause significant sensitivity of the fabricated hybrid composite in a wide spectral range. The hybrid porous silicon graphene oxide nanostructure were created by the method of photoelectrochemical etching and on the silicon plate and deposited of graphene oxide and reduced graphene oxide nanosheet of the porous silicon layer. The charge transport in porous silicon graphene oxide nanostructure is very closely and depend on the temperature range. Temperature dependence of conductivity showed Hopin conductivity in the temperature range of 1920 Kelvin temperature range, and activation mechanism on charge transport in more higher temperature range. The activation energy of conductivity of our structure is within 0.14, 0.22. We also study the influence of the carbon nanotube on the structure and conductivity on conjugated polymers. It was found that doping of polymers by carbon nanotubes significantly increases the conductivity of composites and leads to increase in the size of crystallines and overall increase in the degree of crystallinity. Polymer doping of graphene oxide in the polymer reduces the energy of the electronic transition of charge carriers due to the order of the structure of composite nanolayer. It also have a great effect on the optical properties of the film. Polymer doping of the graphene oxide affects the sensory properties of conducting polymer graphene oxide nanostructure. We observed the increase in sensitivity to different gases. Simultaneously, the change in the morphology under gas action take place. And the one of branch of our investigation is investigation of the electrochemical properties of the different conducting polymer composites, and I show you the electrochemical properties of the PEDOT graphene oxide nanostructure. Electro-optical phenomena are the changes in the optical properties of matter under the action of external electrical field. Electrochromic layers were developed for non-radiative displays. We propose new technology for electrochromic materials manufacturing by immobilization of electrochromic substances via electrochemical polymerization into nanostructures in organic film placed on the top of the transparent electrodes. It was found that doping of PDOT by graphene oxide leads to the increasing of rate of charge transport and speed of electrochromic switching. Electrochromic properties of titanium oxide titanium polyaniline you can see in this slide. The hybrid layer in the hybrid layer, the significant improvements the properties take place. The value of contrast imaging is 75, which is very high value for electrochromic display. We also manufacturing the polymer conducting composites for light emitting diode. In this respect, we study the emission properties of the barium zirconate nanocrystal, and we manifested that insertion of this monocrystal in polystyrene leads to modification of spectrum cathodoluminescence and with appearance a serious new band. By FTIR and X-ray investigation was found a decrease in lattice parameter due to interaction and function group of polystyrene.
I'm sorry.
One slide is also. Yes, thank you. This research was carried out together with Professor Popov from the Latvia University. And also we used barium zirconate perovskite ceramic as a waste green etching dopant for host samples, forming the high performance blue Exiplex in the interface of two organic substances in cooperation with Kaunas Technological University. The polymer composites based on electrically conducting conjugated polyarenes and dielectric polymer matrices were obtained using nanotechnological approaches. This retains the valuable properties of both components. For the first time, we relieved the matrix effect in the process of the composite formation and percolation character on conductivity and change on optical properties under the action of gases. Semiconductor nanocrystal embedded in polymer matrix and conducting polymer integrated with porous semiconductor medium may significantly affect the electrical, electro-optical, luminescent properties, causing the shift of spectrum and change of its intensity. The connection between the condition of synthesis structure and properties of materials can cause the functionality of conducting polymer composites for their application in device of organic electronics, gas sensor, organic display, solid cell acts. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Semenko. And we want to ask, do we have questions? Maybe in hall? Yes, we have one question.
Thank you very much for this instructive presentation, and I use this opportunity for inviting you on my presentation, which will be made in the afternoon session, when where I will speak about surface modification of electrode materials by conductive polymers. But now the question. What is the best way, in your opinion, what's the best method of making the best adhesion of conductive polymer to the support, from your point of view?
No, this way is many. This way to achieve a good adhesion. But in my speech it not shown, but we use the surfactants. For my opinion, is suitable surfactants which have the functional S function also. We using the toluene sulfonic acid as surfactant because this surfactant is a doping agent in our investigation and is a surfactant agent. And the surface modification of the semiconductor surface may proceed by the treatment of the semiconducting surface by surfactant on namely toluene sulfonic acid. It's the best surfactant for our research.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for questions.
We have one more question.
Он еще один.
Thanks a lot. It's really interesting talk. I'm wondering if you're showing how the conductivity increases. You should have in form of alignment of the nanoparticle within the polymeric matrix. Is this kind of by chance you get this alignment, or you just measuring some island which have this alignment? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I tell about the percolation effects in such composites. The percolation effect is the sharp increasing in conductivity when the infinitive cluster of conductivity formed inside the polymer matrices. In this case, each particles is interact with together particles, and the bridge between these particles is formed. It is a percolation effect, and this effect is nano effect because it achieved in very low concentration of conducting polymer, near 2%. In traditional conducting polymer composites, the percolation setpoint is near 20, 30, or 17%. And in our case, we have near 2%. This effect is achieved due to the nanotechnological approach which we using in formation of polymer composites. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. We a little bit run out of time, so if we have more questions, we can discuss it during the coffee break or another day of the conference. And now we should move forward to our next speaker. So thank you very much, Professor Aximentiev, again. And I welcome to speech
Thank you very much.
Professor Timish Ochulchansky from Shenzhen University, the People's Republic of China. Mr. Ochulchansky.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Very good.
Okay, great. So once again, thank you for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for providing me with this opportunity to present this talk. And today I will be talking about nanoparticles for multimodal imaging guided photodynamic therapy of cancer. And here is an outline of my talk. And this is background of motivation for this direction of our research. And then I will talk about describe about two examples of this type of application of different types of nanoparticles. And then we'll end with conclusions and future plans. Here you can see that I will start definitely from background, and here is advantage and disadvantages of nanomedicine formulations or nanocarrier formulations. That means that this is a nanocarrier for different type of treatments, therapies. And that's, you can see different advantages. So this formulation that drug, if they are purely water soluble, So this is delivery for administration into biological system, then protection from degradation, targeting, and controlled release, and then it can be eliminated from body in systemic way, and that also multimodality. So what it means that a nano platform can combine multimodal diagnostics and therapeutics. And with nanotechnology-enabled combination of diagnostic and therapeutic capabilities, a term theranostic is coined to, and that's, as it is written here, is provide an emerging paradigm for modern personalized medicine. And here is that diagram scheme of advantages which theranostic nanoparticles can provide for treatment of different types of diseases. This is like you see in case of oncology and the treatment of cancer, this is tumor toxicity and improved cellular uptake, and it can carry therapeutic payload and so on. And it can also be activated for drug release with some kind of radiation or radiative with light, and it can be also activated by microenvironment. So, and this is about nanoparticles in oncotherapy, why this type of application of nanotechnology is quite popular, because there are few advantages which nanoparticles can bring to the field. In particular, this is enhanced permeability and retention, so-called effect, that nanoparticles show higher accumulation into tumor tissue, and then active targeting can be provided to the nano platform, which means that some bioactive molecules can be conjugated to surface to target specific receptors of cancer cells, and also ability of to use external stimuli to trigger drug release and therapeutic output. And this is various nanoparticle nanoformulation, which are being used for nanomedicine, and in particular for nanomedicine of cancer. And I have experience with almost all of these formulations, but today I will be talking about hybrid combining upconversion nanoparticles and silica-based nanoparticles. And that will be the first point of my talk. And second will be protein crystals or nanocrystals, which is quite new object, which is we introduced to the field. And this will be my second point of my talk. And next slide describe field of application of these nanoparticles. This is photodynamic therapy. Photodynamic therapy, if I don't know whether you are familiar with this, but this is type of light activated therapy of cancer and other diseases, which requires photosensitizer molecule, which this is here is a Jablonski diagram of this photosensitizer, and the molecule of this photosensitizer after excitation is it transferred energy to molecular oxygen and reactive oxygen species also, which can create a cytotoxic effect and kill cancer cells. So in PDT, three components works as photosensitizer, light, and molecular oxygen to provide efficient PDT. So that was my background of this talk, and I will start from describing that one of type of platform what we studied. Once again, about the same PDT, and PDT is not as efficient as it could be, because due to that hypoxia is one of the hallmarks of solid tumors. So what means that inside, within volume of tumor, cancer cells dying, necrosis, and also blood delivery is limited, and that means that hypoxia. And if hypoxia means lower concentration of molecular oxygen, it means that PDT is not as efficient because less oxygen, so no therapeutic effect. So our talk, this platform also was theranostic nanoparticles, and in this work we have that's radiation, what means light radiation, activation, and smart environment activation, and tissue specificity and tumor specificity, and that contrast agents are there, and also therapeutic payload. So here is, this is paper published last year in Biomaterials, and it's about multimodal imaging-guided upconversion nanotherapeutics, inhibiting tumor oxygen metabolism and simultaneously generating oxygen for enhanced photodynamic therapy. And this is scheme of our work, and that was first synthesized this type of core nanoparticles. This is sodium fluoride crystals, and then they were provided with few shells, so to form core shell upconversion nanoparticles. And upconversion here is a scheme of energy levels of doped rare earth ions in every of the area of the shells, and then these nanoparticles was coated with mesoporous silica, and then this mesoporous silica was loaded with photosensitizer for PDT chlorini-6, and also with this drug ATO with atovaquine, which is cell respiration inhibitors. So it reduces oxygen consumption by cells. And then these nanoparticles were covered with manganese oxide layer, which, and then it will be also decorated with polyethylene glycol polymer, which allows for easy systemic circulation. And this is also included this picture to show that this atovaquinone is also a commercial drug, which is being used and as brand Mepron, and it is being used for treatment of some types of pneumonia. Okay, and this is, I'm talking about upconversion nanoparticles. So this is, you can see here, high resolution TEM, and also this high angle annular dark field scanning TEM, which helps us to characterize this coating of these nanoparticles with these layers. And this layer is specific. So as you can see, core is sodium gadolinium fluoride, then sodium yttrium fluoride containing yttrium ethiterbium, which can, under excitation in near-infrared, provide upconversion emission invisible to perform upconversion photodynamic therapy. And then we have also neodymium doped layer, which is providing emission in near-infrared beyond 1 micron, here at 1.06 and 1.3 microns, which can provide near-infrared photoluminescence imaging. And also all these nanoparticles, they are dense enough to serve as a contrast agent in computer tomography, CT. So, and this photoluminescence center spectrum, under excitation at 800, you can see down conversion emission in near-infrared and up conversion emission in visible. And also here showing some fluorescence spectra of photosensitizers, which were considered to be combined with these nanoparticles. Here is principle of working of this combination. So, and here just that nanocrystals which were covered with silica, mesoporous silica layer, and then they were covered additionally with manganese oxide level. And what's manganese oxide? It's interact with peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, which are present in tumor cells, and then it reacts and provide manganese and also provide oxygen, which is being sensibilized by photosynthesizer to form singlet oxygen. And also ATO, this is released. So this is, and at the same time, upconversion photoluminescence, which is quenched. In this case, it's actually restores, and then this emission can be registered. And this is showing in this. So upconversion emission is restored when this layer is degrades. So as a result of this, we have such kind of, we have this inhibitor of cellular respiration, ATO, and then singlet oxygen, and these two produce enhanced photodynamic therapy. And this is free manganese ion provides, they can serve as magnetic resonance imaging contrast agent. And this is upconversion, not upconversion, but down conversion. Photoluminescence also produce here, can be used for near-IR2 photoluminescence image. Here is examples of this, what was done. You can see computer tomography images of mouse before injection and after the injection, and this is circled, tumor is circled. And also MRI, if you can see before injection and post-injection with time, and you can see the signal increases with release of manganese, and it's maximum for 45 minutes post-injection, and even 60 minutes, and then it's starting decreasing with manganese ions being distributed over the body. And you can see also near-IR2 photoluminescence image of this upconversion nanoparticles inside tumor. So once again, this is the scheme how this nanotherapeutic works. When nanoparticles being taken by cell, they go through endosomal pathway, it converts into lysosomes, and then this manganese oxide level is being degrades, and ATO is being released, and at the same time oxygen is being released, which is also excited by that time. So you have at the same time the release of hypoxia affected by this ATO, and increase amount of singlet oxygens, which more efficiently kills cancer cells. As a result, we have such published good results for therapeutic results. You can see this is a tumor volume. This is our formulation compared to all other types of control. And this is survival of mice. As you can see, this is only one mice were dead by 40th day of a study, and this is representative images of this mice, and also representative image of comparison of tumor size. And this is the smallest one, is for most efficient our formulation. Once again, that was published last year in Biomaterials. Now I will be talking about second part. This is about protein nanocrystals as potential platform for imaging-guided drug delivery. And this is protein crystals. You can see that can be characterized as with diffraction, that crystallic structure, and it can be electronic density map and protein structure. And this well-ordered structure can provide cavities to be loaded with drug. So our idea is that protein micro nanocrystals can be employed as multifunctional platform for drug delivery. And what they have, this is 3D ordered nanostructure for drug loading, intrinsic biocompatibility and biodegradation, because it's understandable, this proteins which are available in the body. And then they have, different proteins have different biological functions. So hemoglobin, lysozyme, for example, and catalyze. And catalyze, as you see, it converts also hydroxide peroxide into oxygen, catalyzes this. And that's actually the same what we were talking before. So as it can be applied into PDT, where tumor hypoxia is known to decrease PDT efficiency. So that catalyze is a protein found in normally in all living organisms and in plants dealing with oxygen, and it catalyzes the composition of hydrogen peroxide to water and oxygen. And here is so idea to you, and also what should be said, that catalyze level is known to be lower in cancer cells. So idea to use catalyze into treatment of tumor hypoxia is not new, and different carriers is being used, but they all have decreased catalyze activities. This is also, and our idea was to use nanocrystals of catalyze and loaded it with photosensitizer. And in this case, we used methylene blue, which is very well known as a disinfection tool, and also being used, for this is scheme of the process, which also can be considered later. And this methylene blue also can be used in photodynamic therapy. Is known to generate single oxygen. So this is characterization of TEM, and also that X-ray diffraction pattern showing that this is crystals. And this is, I would like to show this, since that comparison of free catalyze and crystallic catalyze, while crystals show repeating activity. So it's every time when adding hydroxide peroxide, that while free catalyze lose its activity with time pretty fast. So we loaded, characterized it, and found that single oxygen generation within these nanocrystals and is enhanced. And this is understandable because it distributed within this matrix molecules of methylene blue. And also we demonstrated that single oxygen production is increased. And also we shown both in vitro and in vivo. And this in vivo, I will show you this immunofluorescence microscopy images. And this is immunostaining of HIF-1 alpha. This is specific for hypoxia protein, which is expressed in hypoxia areas. And you can see this is control, and this is just catalyzed with methylene blue mixture. And this is, you can see crystals, nanocrystals of catalyze with loaded with methylene blue. As you can see, this is the lowest hypoxia. This is slice of tumor taken, that's harvested from mouse. And as you can see that really in vivo, we can see decreased hypoxia of tumor in time. And this is also imaging both fluorescence and bright field merged images of mice, and this is our crystal, and this is free catalyze and methylene blue. And you can see methylene blue, this is intratumoral injection, is being quite fast released and spread all over the body, while it is being concentrated when we load it with methylene blue with these nanocrystals inside tumor. So, and you can see the tumor still have the highest concentration at 48 hours post-injection. And here also this is photoacoustic imaging of oxygenated hemoglobin in tumor in vivo. And you can see that tumor where catalyzed crystal of this methylene blue has the highest signal of oxygenated hemoglobin within tumor compared to just catalyzed and methylene blue mixture. And we applied then finally for treatment. This treatment, and similarly to previous case, we just saw really decrease of this really increased efficiency of PDT in this case. And we did, this is also comparison with different mice. You can see that all tumors from different mice, and also that histology images showing that damage to tumor tissue was the highest in our formulation. So this paper just was accepted too small, and it just actually I got this notice about acceptance just today. So I have to change this to accepted. So this is it. And now the last one, what I can say about conclusions and future plans. And this is I just talking that the area what we are working with bio applications of nano formulations, it exploits, and we are working in advanced optical and multimodal bioimaging with nano formulation, and also with nanothermonostics. So we using different hybrid nano formulations like polymeric nanoparticles and upconversion, down conversion, rare earth doped nanocrystals, or core shell nanoparticles of different genesis, and nanoliposomes also we used. And this is also optical imaging, spectrally and temporally resolution, for example, we use it. And we use different type of phototherapy, not only photodynamic therapy, but just photothermal therapy, or it can be different type of phototherapy for treatment of cancer and other diseases. And that's acknowledgement of my talk. That's my collaborators at Shenzhen University and University of Macau. That's who was working on this presented topics, and members of my group, which are current and former, who already left my group. So, and funding from Shenzhen and National Natural Science Foundation of China. So thank you for your attention. I would be glad to hear questions.
And thank you, Professor Timish. Do we have any question from hall? Yes, we have a question. One moment.
What was the reason for choosing exactly the methylene blue as a dye for your catalase experiment?
Excuse me, can you please say it again? I didn't hear properly. Or maybe somebody can repeat.
Why have you chosen exactly the methylene blue as a dye for your catalase experiment?
What exactly? Sorry, acoustic is not the best, so I cannot hear. Maybe somebody can repeat into microphone or something.
Why have you chosen methylene blue in your catalase experiment?
Why we use methylene blue?
Yes, exactly methylene blue, not another dye, but just methylene blue.
Of course. See, methylene blue is very well-known compound, right? It's used for disinfection, but for tens of years, at least, for decades. but it's also been used as a photosensitizer. And we just use it as a model photosensitizer. We just found that it is nicely soaked, that our nanocrystals nicely works with this nanocrystals and methylene blue, but definitely there is a point of using different photosensitizers. And we actually use different, right now we are working with different drugs and also with different photosensitizers, but that's to start with. So methylene blue was just as a model photosensitizer. Because, you know, there are tens of papers reporting use of methylene blue as a photosensitizer in PDT. So why not?
Do we have more question? So no question for now. Thank you very much, dear Timish, for the
thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
And now I will welcome to speech our next speaker, academic professor Anatoly Beleus, Institute of General and Inorganic Chemistry of NASU, Department Solid State Chemistry, Ukraine.
1 moment.
Dear Anatoly.
1 moment. It's okay. Do you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank for giving me opportunity to make this presentation. Thank you. Today, I would like to talk you about magnetic nanoparticle. You can see presentation based on oxide system, synthesis, properties, and application. The synthesis of weakly agglomerated nanoparticles based on oxide system is an important scientific and technical problem. Such nanoparticle as magnetic nanoparticle, cerium oxide nanoparticle, carbon and other can be found in application in both medicine and technology. Today, I would like to talk only about magnetic nanoparticle. Magnetic nanoparticle must demonstrate some specific characteristics. They must be single agglomerated. It's very important parameter. Must demonstrate small size, to be single domain, and a lot of other parameters depending on the application. Therefore, today, I would like to give you relatively short information about synthesis small agglomerated nanoparticle and some samples of applications of this nanoparticle. In the early 2000s, a new interest in magnetic materials emerged. This was due to a number of results. I would like to talk only about 2 results. First of all, communication and radar system are achieving development now. Moreover, the frequency range where this communication and radar system is shifted toward 2 millimeter wave band. In this case, necessary development of new magnetic microwave materials with nice magnetic parameters and with very low magnetic losses. It's first reason. And second, magnetic nanoparticles can be found used in medicine, MRT, hyperthermia, drug delivery, and others. Today, I would like to talk about 3 types magnetic nanoparticles based on barium hexaferrite, composition with perovskite structure and spinel structure. And I would like to begin with nanoparticle based on barium hexaferrite. Agglomerated nanoparticle is not quite easy problem because nanoparticle, survey energy in nanoparticle enough high, of course, this lead to agglomerated. And second,
Anatoly,
magnetic properties allow to increase agglomerated again. As a rule, for synthesis, small agglomerated nanoparticle use precipitation from aqueous solution. First step in this process, formation amorphous precipitate, amorphous. Unfortunately,
Anatoly, can you
nanoparticles
hear
in
us?
amorphous precipitate don't demonstrate magnetic parameters, only crystalline parameters.
Dear Anatoly, can you hear us? Anatoly, can you hear us?
However,
Can you please switch your presentation?
We need to use additional heating at high temperature for amorphous phases. As a result, this leads to very strong agglomeration of nanoparticles. You can see some nanoparticle, you can see atomic layer, and very strong agglomeration. Interaction between these nanoparticles.
I am sorry, the screen is not shared. We cannot see your screen, I believe.
Sorry.
Okay.
No. I don't have presentation. It's okay or not?
Yes. If you can put it in presentation mode, just
On full screen, please.
full screen, yeah.
Okay. So, if you have similar situation where very strong interaction between nanoparticle, similar nanoparticle not interesting for application. Our investigation allowed me to talk about following. During the precipitation of nanoparticle, this nanoparticle, using precipitation from aqueous solution, nanoparticle form special fractal structure. So, nanoparticle form acetane odor in sediment. It's following. Changing condition for precipitate, we can affect on type odor. So, for example, in case barium hexaferrite, we found some condition when nanoparticle form 3-tier structure fractal, mass, and surface fractal. It was very interesting result because when we heating this amorphous phases at high temperature, you can see temperature, it's very high. We have small nanoparticle with small agglomeration. It's very interesting result. So we can changing condition and effect on all this nanoparticle and precipitate, and in this case there is possibility to prepare small agglomeration nanoparticle. Unfortunately, properties which good for barium hexaferrite, unfortunately, this condition is not good for different composition. Each time we need to find new condition depending on the chemical composition. Again, about barium hexaferrite, zone gel technology. Very interesting following situation. Changing some peculiarities of synthesis, there is possibility to prepare nanoparticle with relative isotropic shape and anisotropic shape. It's super interesting result because, for example, for some magnetic recorded system necessary to prepare film, polycrystalline film, when nanoparticle demonstrate similar situation, shape anisotropy. And you can see here film, we synthesize some film based on substrate alpha alumina, thickness this film around 200 nanometer. Nanoparticle in this film demonstrate enough strong, enough good anisotropy shape. At the same time, very nice chemical homogeneity with very nice magnetic parameters. Similar field, very interesting for some recorded magnetic system. Second potential application, communication and radar system. Today, very wide use, especially dielectric materials, with very low dielectric loss in microwave range. Based on these materials, development special dielectric resonator. You can see this dielectric resonator in this picture. this dielectric resonator demonstrates following resonance characteristic, and this dielectric resonator used for development based on them radio filter, duplexer, multiplexer, and other very important equipment for modern communication system. However, one disadvantage, unfortunately, no possibility change resonance frequency of this in this characteristic using external magnetic or electric field. However, in case magnetic materials, there is possibility to influence on electrophysical characteristic using external magnetic field due to ferromagnetic resonance effect. However, magnetic materials demonstrate very bad, very high dielectric loss. So we have two materials. On the one hand, very low dielectric loss and very nice resonance characteristic, super, but no possibility change this characteristic using external magnetic field. On the other hand, there is possibility effect on this characteristic, but very bad dielectric loss. Therefore, our idea was very simple. Maybe there is possibility developing some special composite dielectric resonator, which consists materials with very low dielectric loss and thick magnetic field. And this magnetic field maybe allow us to change characteristic resonance frequency using external magnetic field. In this case, we have synthesized some nanoparticle nickel ferrite. I don't talk why we use nickel ferrite. And based on this nanoparticle and photopolymer, we developed some thick film, thickness around 10 to 100 micron, with magnetic characteristics. As a result, similar composite dielectric resonator demonstrated at the same time nice resonance characteristic and possibility to change this characteristic by using external magnetic field. Why necessary to use in this case small agglomeration nanoparticle? Only using small agglomeration nanoparticle, magnetic nanoparticle. In this case, we can prepare film with very nice homogeneity magnetic nanoparticle particle in this field. Only in this case we can get very nice parameters. Next potential application in medicine. I would like to talk about hyperthermia. What is hyperthermia? Hyperthermia is increase of tumor temperature up to 43-45 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, cancer cells are killed. As a rule today, use special method which use frequency range. You can see this frequency range. This tradition method, hyperthermia, consists a lot of disadvantage. Only some this disadvantage. Non-homogeneity heating of tumor and problem with heating the deep seed tumor. Therefore, in 1994 year, Andres Jordan from Germany with very nice idea. Maybe in this case there is possibility to use small magnetic nanoparticle with magnetic properties, and necessary this nanoparticle inject to tumor, and after apply external magnetic field. Maybe in this case, of course, magnetic field must be in some special frequency range, of course. Maybe in this case, this nanoparticle will be absorbed energy and temperature of this nanoparticle will be increased. And will be increased temperature of tumor because nanoparticle will be in tumor. For testing this idea, we use composition with spinel structure and perovskite structure. and first of all, necessary to synthesize small agglomeration nanoparticles. Of course, we're testing a lot of different methods. Only one experiment, precipitation from non-aqueous solution. In this case, there is possibility to synthesize crystalline nanoparticle with very low size. Crystalline nanoparticle formed during the synthesis, very, very important. It's very good and very big advantage of this nanoparticle Wishpinel structure. However, this nanoparticle consists of one disadvantage too. Composition Wishpinel structure have enough high temperature transition from magnetic to non-magnetic state, around 500–600 degrees Celsius. What is mean? It means following. Nanoparticle will be absorb energy and temperature will be increased to temperature Curie. It's very, very high. It's very bad because in this case will be problem with risk to overheating both of tumor and healthy tissues. Therefore, in next step, we use composition with perovskite structure. Why perovskite structure? You can see this table. Changing ions in cation sublattice, there is possibility to very strong effect on temperature Curie and prepare some composition with temperature Curie which necessary, which very good for hyperthermia. In this case, we will not have problem with the risk to overheat the surrounding normal tissues and necessary to synthesize. Again, we use different methods. Unfortunately, with perovskite structure, of course, we have a lot of problem with synthesis small agglomeration nanoparticle compared with nanoparticle Wishpinel structure. Because all time in first step we have amorphous phases necessary to use additional heating at high temperature, and of course this leads to agglomeration, increased grain size, and others. However, we found some condition which allow to prepare crystalline nanoparticle with size you can see with relative small agglomeration, but is not enough for application. A nanoparticle, magnetic nanoparticle, is necessary to cover the dielectric non-magnetic phases. For example, based on silicon oxide. Why? Two reasons. This allows to reduce the interaction between nanoparticle after the removal of electromagnetic field. It's first reason. And second, in this case, improve excretion of nanoparticle from body, very important moment. Therefore, you can see we developed some co-shell structure, magnetic nanoparticle, and shell based on silicon oxide. Next step, we have developed magnetic fluid based on this ferromagnetic nanoparticle and FY solution of agarose. Why magnetic fluid? Only using magnetic fluid in this case will be easy to introduce injection nanoparticle to tumor. However, before experimenting, vivo experiment, necessary to do necessary to make a lot of additional investigation. For example, a study of cytotoxicity necessary to make genotoxicity, antioxidation, antivirus, nanoparticle Wishpinel, and perovskite structure. I don't talk detail about this result. I can only inform you about our experiment. Based on this experiment, we can make following conclusions. This nanoparticle enough good and can with perovskite and Wishpinel structure and can be used for medicine experiment, in vivo experiment. But before, there is one question. What way will be better to introduce nanoparticle injection nanoparticle to tumor. Intravenous injection or intratumor injection. Our experimental data allow us to make conclusions about following. This direction, intratumor injection, is better. So only one experiment. Tumor garena-carcinoma. And we use white rays, how we use for test. You can see. Tumor carcinoma garena has been transplanted into the muscle of both femurs, in here, in right and left. Tumor in the right femurs, in here, in this tumor, we injection nanoparticle and apply magnetic field. In case this tumor, we did use hyperthermia. As a result, you can see the result of this experiment. When we use nanoparticle, magnetic nanoparticle, and additional apply external magnetic field, in this case, value increase, value tumor stopped as a function of time. However, we solved hyperthermia. Value of this tumor in left first, very strong increase. It's very interesting positive result about enough good perspective using magnetic nanoparticle for hyperthermia. However, of course, it is necessary additional to have a lot of additional information. As conclusions, I can talk only about following. The conditions were found and the weak agglomerated nanoparticle were synthesized of three types of magnetic materials, with spinel perovskite structure and barium hexaferrite. It should be a magnetic particle, demonstrates single domain characteristic, and particle with perovskite and spinel structure, super paramagnetic. Unfortunately, I not give you information about it because not enough time. But the nanoparticle with perovskite and spinel structure have positive force around 0 and demonstrate super paramagnetic properties. It's very, very important for prepare small agglomeration nanoparticle. And I have got some information about possible applications this nanoparticle. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the Anatoly Belarus. And possibly we have a question in the hall. Do we have? Yes, we have one question. One moment.
Thank you for your presentation, and it was quite interesting when you were talking about. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Dear Anatoly, do you hear the question?
Not good. Not good.
Not quite good. Okay, I will repeat it if you will not hear it properly. Okay. So please.
Now, can you hear me? It is, maybe the sound is low. My question is, when you were talking about method of obtaining composite material with good characteristic of response for magnetic field and good resonance, what was the concentration of those particles that were used?
So, Anatoly, what was the concentration of the particles that you used for preparing the material with such good properties?
Sorry, concentration nanoparticle?
No, what was the concentration of the nanoparticles that you used?
Sorry, one moment. you can see this answer on your question. For example, for medicine application, we use following concentration. And there are a lot of information. I don't have possibility to talk about all parameters, but you can see in here answer on your question.
So thank you very much for the answering, and we should move for the next presentation. It will be from the Professor Mehmet Kahraman from Turkey. We welcome you to the speech. One moment. Mr. Anatoly, you can stop sharing the screen with us. Yes, you can sit here. Okay. Here will be your microphone.
Okay, I will stand in. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Do you hear me? Okay, today I am going to talk about the label-free biosensing on plasma nanostructure using SIRS. Here is the outline of my topic. So I will give you some information about the plasmonics and introduction to SIRS. Then I am going to talk about the three types of the plasma nanostructure used for the label-free biosensing. So let's talk about the plasmonics. So first we have to talk about the surface plasmon. Surface plasmon is a pointer here. Okay, I got it. The surface plasmon is the collective excitation of the free electron on the noble metal nanostructure. So this is called plasmonics area. Then this is the branch of the nanophotonic field. So we are talking about the two types of the surface plasmon. One of the propagating, then another one is non-propagating. It's called the localized surface plasmon. It's called this electron localizing between the nanoparticle. Then is the metal film is the propagating. So we can talk about this thickness.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We still cannot see presentation. It's not shared, I believe.
Online, not sharing.
You watch the presentation through the Zoom, but if you want to see the presentation we share now for screen, for on-site presentation, you should go to the link of our YouTube channel. And here you will be able to see. Zoom conference open only for participants of the presentation. So now the hall and the YouTube watcher are able to see the presentation.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. So the propagating surface plasma generate on the thin film, then non-propagating generate on the surface of nanoparticle. The size is around 1000 to 100 nanometer. So if you talk about the plasma structure, there are two types of the plasmonic properties. One of them, the surface plasma wavelength. So depending on the nanoparticle types, shape, you can change the surface plasma wavelength. And another one is the intensity of the electric field generated on the surface. If you fabricate the plasma nanostructure, you have to look at these two parameters. So you can change the surface plasma properties using, for example, if you have propagating surface plasmon, so you can change the type of metal, film thicknesses and roughness. Then if you have some nano-propagating surface plasmon, so it depends on the type, size, chain and composition. So when you look at the application of nanostructure, there are three main groups. So one of them the physical devices, another one is biomedical imaging and cancer therapy, another one is the spectroscopy. It's called LSPR, SPR, and SIRS. So if you look at this, SIRS, so is the molecular technique, there's the spectroscopy technique, you can obtain some fingerprint properties of the analyte absorbed or near to the plasmonic nanostructures. So if you look at this SIRS enhancement, so there are two types of the SIRS enhancement. One of the electromagnetic field, another one is the chemical enhancement. The electromagnetic enhancement is related to the surface plasma of the nanostructure. This is the major contribution to the source effect. And otherwise, the chemical enhancement is the lower contribution. That's why people are trying to obtain some novel plasmonic properties of nanostructure using different type of nanomaterial, then also different approaches. So, because the surface plasma should be close to your excitation wavelength for the source experiment. Another one is the intensity of the electric field is related to the fourth power of the enhancing factor of the source. If you look at this source substrate, means that if you use some nanomaterial, plasma nanomaterial, it's called source substrate. So you can see the colloidal structure, different size and shapes. Then also solid structure, 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. Then also we have some flexible structure using for the source enhancement. So I will talk about the first flexible plasma nanostructure. This is a 3-dimensional structure. It's called nanovoids. So we prepared this nanovoid structure using the nanospheric lithography, then also soft lithography combined. First, we obtain some self-assembly monolayer of the latex particle in different sizes. Then pour the PDMS to obtain nanoweights on the PDMS. Then we coat with the silver layer to obtain nanostructure. Here is the schematic of this diagram, then also some images of SEM. Then if we use the 7 different type of the latex particle, this is the different sizes, then you can obtain different size of nanoweights and also different size of depth. This is the larger area, so you can obtain the uniform structure here. Then we obtain some AM, FEM images to see the depth of the nanoweight structure, then also diameter of structure. If you want to obtain larger diameter and deeper nanoweights, so you have to use the larger nanoparticles, latex particle. Then if you obtain the smaller one and shallower nanoweights, so you have to use the smaller one. Here is this schematic of the rough diagram of this nanovoid structure. So you can obtain different size and depth of nanovoid structure having different plasma structures. So we did some surface plasma wavelength absorption. So if you look at here, we have 2 different surface plasma. One of them is this bottom coming from this, another one is the near to. This is the dark field image of the nanovoid structure. Depending on this, so we did some source experiment to obtain maximum enhancement using 7 different type of nanovoid structure. We use the different excitation wavelength, this is 633 and 785. If you look at this, the ATP molecule, we obtained the self-assembly ATP molecule, then took the source spectra. Then if you look at here, the maximum enhancement we obtain 800 nanometer nanoid diameter, because we use this 1 micron latex particle we obtain. Then if you use the 785 laser, so you obtain maximum enhancement using a 1.4 micrometer nanoid structure. After that, we compared the thin film versus nanoweight. So you can prepare the thin film of the silver structure. So if you compare this structure, so if you use the 785 laser, so you obtain 46 times higher source spectra you obtain. For 633, so you obtain only just 25 times. Then also we compare the adhesion layer. People are using some adhesion layer to obtain this thin film. If you use chromium as a ZN adhesion, this is a 5 nanometer, so you obtain lower source enhancement because this is the deterioration of the surface plasmon. This is the dampening of the surface plasmon, then reduce the source enhancement. So that's why you don't use the adhesion layer for the source experiment. Then we calculate the enhancement factor. Then for the 633 and 785 is around the 10 to 6 enhanced factor you can obtain for the nanoid structure. The conclusion for this part, so you can obtain some different surface plasmonic properties using different size of the latex particle. Then you can obtain the different diameter and depth of the nanoid structure. Then you can combine this source enhanced factor for some biosensing application. I will give you some. We use this 785 laser, then this is the maximum enhancement we obtain because this is the excitation wavelength. This is the surface plasmon, because surface plasmon close to your excitation wavelength. We obtain the maximum enhancement for this nanoid structure. Then we use for the protein sensing. This is some protein, and this is some isoelectric node and zeta potential blah. Then here is this source spectra of the nanoid structure. This is the 50 microgram per milliliter. This is the fingerprint of the protein spectra. See where's the background spectra here. There's no background here. Then we compare the silver nanoparticle. Most people are using the silver nanoparticle as a search substrate. So it says negatively charged. Then also depending on the protein, so they have different charges. Sometimes, for example, cytochrome C is the positive charge, but when you look at the hemoglobin, is the negative charge. If you mix the colloids, so there is repulsion forces here, so there is no spectra because there is no interaction between the protein and nanoparticle. But you can obtain some spectra for the positive charged protein. But if you look at this, if you compare this nanoid structure, you can obtain the more featureful and more intense data compared to the silver nanoparticle. Then also, if you use the silver nanoparticle, it is a stride reduction nanoparticle, you have some background coming from that. But if you use this nanoid structure, there is no background. This is the more advantageous compared to the silver nanoparticle. Here is the reproducibility spot to spot, then also sample to sample. Then this is the PCA analysis. So you can see that you can compare all the protein spectra, then you can distinguish between the spectra, then also reproducibility is very good. Then this is the limit of detection for the search spectra of the protein. So if you look at here, this background, there is no spectra coming from the nanoid structure. Then also you can detect up to 0.05 microgram per milliliter for all the proteins. Then this is the semi-quantitative analysis. For the search, we choose the intense peak coming from the protein. This is the, when you look at the linearity is not bad. Then this is the conclusion for the protein detection. So you can detect the protein, label-free protein detection using nanoid structure. Then you can detect as low as the 0.05 microgram per milliliter. Then this is the label-free approach. This is very simple. Then also you can use for the quantification of the protein. Another type of the search substrate, this is the nanodome structure. So we obtain some nanostructure using the same procedures. First we assemble a latex particle, then pour PDMS, then we fill all the PDMS nanoid using the silver, using the electrochemical deposition. Then we obtain the nanodome structure like latex particles. Then we use the 7 different sizes of latex particle. We obtain the nanoids. Then we fill all the nanoids with the silver using the electrochemical deposition method. We obtain different size and height of the nanodome structure. This is solid silver nanostructures here. This is the reproducible of the surface. So you can obtain larger area. This is very uniform and very fine structure. Then this is the AFM images. This latex particle, nanoids, and nanodomes here. Then if you want to obtain larger nanodomes, you have to use the larger latex particle. Then if you want to do some smaller nanostructure, you have to use the smaller latex particle. Then this is the AFM images. We use all the AFM images. So nanodome structure is like this. So if you use the 1.6 micron, you obtain larger and more height. Then if you use the 400 nanometer, smaller and very low height. This is the theoretical calculation of this structure. So this is the surface plasmon wavelength of this nanoid structure. If we use the 785 laser to excitation, so when you look at here, if you use the 1 micrometer latex particle, you obtain maximum surface plasmon wavelength between this your excitation wavelength and the Raman scattering cross section. Then also we did some electric field intensity changes depending on the nanoid structure. If you look at here, if you use the 600 nanometer latex particle, there is little electric field intensity between the domes. If you use the 1 micrometer latex particle, you obtain more intense. If you go higher, then low electric field intensity. We know that. So the surface plasma should be close to the excitation wavelength. This is the 1 micrometer latex particle, the maximum. Then also if you look at this intensity, we know that the intensity of the electric field is related to the surface enhancement factor, is the 4th power of the electric field. That's why the maximum electric field intensity we obtain as a theoretically using the 1 micrometer latex particle. Then we did this real search experiment. Then also we obtained the maximum enhancement if you use the 1 micrometer latex particle to obtain silver nanodomes. Then also we compare the thin film versus nanodome structure. We obtain 75 times higher. If you, for example, 50 nanometer thickness of the silver film, then obtain the search spectra compared to the silver nanodomes. So we obtain 75 times higher search intensity. Then also we calculate the enhancement factor. Then also the enhancement factor is around 10 to 6. Then also we did some experiment using this gold nanodomes here, the same procedure. Then is the same SEM images. Then also we do the same electric field calculation and intensity changes. Also we obtain the maximum enhancement using the 1 micrometer latex particle. Then also we compared silver nanodomes and gold nanodomes. Always we obtain higher search signal coming from the silver nanostructure, because we know that the quality factor means that intensity of the electric field is higher when you look at the silver, is higher compared to the gold. That's why we obtain the higher search signal compared to the gold nanostructure. Then also we use this silver nanostructure for the protein detection. If you look at here, this is silver nanoparticle under the white light images. Then if you compare mix with the BSA, is negative charge. Then also silver nanoparticle is negative charge. There is no repulsion forces. There is no aggregation. But if you mix with this lysosome, this is a positive charge protein, then negative charge silver nanoparticle, you can obtain some aggregation due to the interaction forces between the negative and positive charge. Then, if you look at the search spectra, if you use some positive charge protein, you can obtain some search spectra, but for the negative charge proteins like BSA, so you cannot obtain the search spectra. Then we use this silver nanodomes for the protein detection. We drop on the 5 milliliters of the protein solution on the top of this silver nanodomes. This is the AFM. So when you look at here, this is the fine structure. If you drop the hemoglobin, then you can see some aggregation on the top of also between the nanodome structure. Then we did some experiment comparison for the silver nanoparticle and silver nanodomes. Then we obtain higher search signal on the silver nanodomes. This is the reproducible data for the 10 spectra coming from this protein. Then also limit of detection for the type of the different type of the proteins here. Then also we use for the protein, this is the bacteria detection. This is the Staphylococcus aureus, this is the spherical shape, this is the rod shape in E. coli. Then if you drop this bacteria on top of the nanodomes, so you cannot see the nanodomes because it's covered all the surfaces here. This is the AFM images. Then also we compare with the silver nanoparticle versus silver nanodomes. If you look at here, if you drop this E. coli or Staphylococcus aureus on the top of the silver nanodomes, so you cannot obtain the good signal. But if you mix with the silver nanoparticle, you can obtain the good signal. Because when you look at this previous slide here, so the intensity of the electric field between the nanodomes, not on the top of this. If you use these small nanoparticles or small analyte, so they can reach this area, then you can obtain more intense search spectra. But if you drop the larger, for example, 1 micrometer or larger bacteria, so the bacteria just sit on top of this nanostructure, so they can reach this plasmonic area. That's why you cannot obtain the high search signal. That's why you obtain the lower search signal for the larger particles. This conclusion, so you can obtain some nanodome structure. You can change the plasmonic properties depending on the latex particle you use. So for the protein detection, you can obtain some search spectra. Then it's good for the protein detection, but for the larger particles like proteins, so they can reach the surface plasmonic area. That's why you can obtain the search signal. So only just this kind of search substrate you can use for the smaller particle or smaller analytes. The last one, this is the composites. This is the flexible composites, the diatom-based search substrate. So recently, diatom structure is the photonic crystal structure. This is the commercially available. Also, you can obtain some diatom structure. This is the Morse cyclica here, something like this. So there are some studies showing that. So you can enhance the search signal, contribute to these photonic crystal properties here. So this presentation here, so we obtain some search strip. This is composite strip diatom and silver nanoparticle. How we did? So we obtain some template on a lab bench using the lab tape. Then we obtain some structure. Then we fill this. This is the structure of the diatom here. Then we obtain some strip on the regular tape. So we prepare the first, preparing the diatom strip, then dropping on the nanoparticle, or first mix, then also you can obtain some structure here. This is the first diatom, then also drop the nanoparticle on it and dry it. Then depending on the concentration, you can see the color changes. If you increase the volume of the nanoparticles, you obtain the more color here. Then also surface plasmon intensity changes. If you increase the nanoparticle, you obtain higher absorption. Then also you can first mix, then evaporate the water. You can obtain the composites here. Then this is the diatom structure. This is the nanoparticle here. This is the zeta potential measurement. Then also we did some source experiment on the source strip, which consists of the diatom and silver nanoparticle. If you prepare the first diatom and drop just nanoparticle on it, so the reproducibility is not good. Also intensity is not so good. But if you prepare this first composites, mixing with the diatom and nanoparticle, then evaporate the water, then obtain the powder of the composites, the reproducibility is good. Then also, if you use, this is the 1 gram diatom and 250 milliliter of the silver nanoparticle, so you can obtain maximum enhancement for the source experiment. Then we obtained some calculation of analytic enhancement factor. This is around 10 to 5. Then this is the background spectra. There's no background here. Then if you drop the ATP molecule, then you can obtain the source spectra. Then we also compare with the silver nanoparticle strip versus diatom strip. We obtain, there must be some, at least 9 times, I remember, 9 times higher source spectra we obtain if you prepare the nanocomposites using diatom. Diatom plasmon crystal, photonic crystal, so you can enhance the surface plasmon. That's why you obtain higher source signal compared to the bare silver strip here. Then also we use for this one protein and bacteria detection again. Then this is, if you drop this diatom strip, there is no source spectra because there is no silver nanoparticle here. Then if you look at here, this is the Staphylococcus aureus, then you can obtain the source spectra come from the bacteria. Then the reproducibility of the source spectra obtained from the bacteria, Staphylococcus aureus here. Then also we use different type of the bacteria. Then also this is the PCA analysis, so you can say you can be distinguished by eye. Also you can use some statistical method to obtain different source spectra. Then you can distinguish between the bacteria here. Then also we do some experiment for the protein here. This is the protein spectra coming from the different type of protein dropped on a diatom structure here. Then you can see this differences between the protein here. This is the conclusion. So you can obtain diatomic structure using some metallic nanoparticle. Then you can obtain very simple source spectra. Then this is the low cost. Then also you can use for the different type of the analytes here. This is the acknowledgement that there are several universities, there are then also countries here contributed to this study. This is the financial support. This is the people contributing of these studies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for a very good and structured presentation, and maybe we have a question from our hall. Do we have any? Okay, so if for now it's no question, we will prepare a question for the coffee session. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I would like to invite the next speaker. It will be Dr. Mr. Karpinski from Republic of Belarus. Dear Dmitry.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you see me and hear?
We can see you and ready to hear.
Thank you. So, thank you for the introduction and for the opportunity to present my talk. I will share the screen and get this one. Can you see the screen? Alex, can you see it? Yep. Okay, so.
Yeah, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, nice. So my talk is about bismuth manganite compounds. It belongs to so-called multiferroid. The official title is crystal structure and orbital ordering of the bismuth manganite with oxygen non-stoichiometry across the phase boundary. So, a few words about these compounds. Okay, so actually this compound belongs to multiferroid family, the same like bismuth ferrite. We spend a lot of time to study bismuth ferrite docked with different elements, and now we switch to another compound, bismuth manganite. And it also has magnetic ordering with quite low magnetic transition temperature, about 100 K. And at least some people claim that it has polarization. We didn't check it right now, but we will focus on crystal structure and magnetic structure. So the structure of this initial compound, bismuth manganite, is described by monoclinic space group C2C. And the unit cell parameters refined from, say, diffraction method are presented here. This is quite big unit cell. ABC parameters are equal to 959 angstroms. So the unit cell volume is 8 times larger than for cubic perovskite cell. So it's quite big because of monoclinic distortion. We will focus on the bismuth manganite with different oxygen content. I put 3 compounds with make measurements for mock compositions, but let's focus on these 3. So with nominal excess of oxygen, 3.02, 3.08, and 3.14. What means nominal excess? Nominal excess means that real chemical formula. It's also presented for each compound in breast. Real chemical composition means that we have deficit in A and B position of perovskite sublattice in amount of bismuth and manganese ion. Why we made such 3 key compounds? We didn't like to use external dopants. Say for bismuth ferrite, we made a lot of substitutions in A position and B position with different ions. But we'd like to focus on, I would say, initial behavior. Initial means dealing with bismuth and manganese ions, not with external ions. And the idea was to check how orbital order behaves as a function of this non-stoichiometry. Because orbital order is the key factor which explains magnetic structure and ferromagnetism in this compound. One more important note that bismuth manganite is not easy to be prepared as single-phase compounds. And I would say the only preparation method can be used to prepare is so-called high-pressure, high-temperature technique. High pressure means quite big, about 5 gigapascals we used, and simultaneously we have to apply temperature, also quite high. So this is a quite tricky technique, and not a lot of studies devoted to this compound because of this preparation methods. So let's check how the crystal structure behaves as a function of nominal oxygen content. We've made diffraction measurements. Here on this slide you can see the diffraction pattern for the first compound in this series, 3.02. And the crystal structure is the same like for initial compounds. We checked it using different diffraction techniques, starting from laboratory X-ray diffractometers, and this pattern was recorded using synchrotron diffraction in DESY, if I remember well. DESY in Hamburg, large-scale synchrotron facilities. So the structure is the same like for initial one. The metric is the same, quite big, yeah, ABC presented here. And I would say nearly nothing changed as compared to stoichiometric one compound. When we increase the nominal oxygen content, what happens with the crystal structure? This is the next pattern, 3.08, and the crystal structure changed. The symmetry remains the same monoclinic, but the centering changed, the centering of the unit cell. It becomes to be P, described by, the crystal structure described by space group P2-1C. It has a bit lower symmetry. The metric is the same. So basically structure remains, but with some distortions. Some extra distortions appear, and we will see on the next slide the evolution. Now I just like briefly to show the modification of the crystal structure, the function of oxygen. So, and for the next compound 3.14, the crystal structure remains drastically. It becomes to be orthorhombic. The pattern, also from synchrotron diffraction, looks like for pseudo-cubic. It's a bit unpredictable, but in reality it's orthorhombic. Actually, we still have some debates with colleagues if it's orthorhombic or it has lower symmetry, but it's quite satisfactory. It can be, the pattern can be refined using this orthorhombic structure, which is quite conventional for manganites space group PNMA, and the metric is presented here, 575. So it's the unit cell volume becomes smaller. It contains only four primitive perovskite cells. So let's go a bit deeper into the crystal structure modification. On the insert, you can see how the structure changed from 302 compound with C2C space group to 308. It also remains monoclinic distortion, but the distortions becomes to be more pronounced. We have some extra reflection, means that symmetry becomes a bit lower, and the space group we used to describe the pattern, it doesn't have any center, so it's described by P2-1C space group. And then if we increase the amount of oxygen excess, this specific reflection, they are indexed. It disappears, and the crystal structure can be satisfactorily described by orthorhombic structure, as orthorhombic space group. So the main important part is to show how the magnetic structure behaves under this modification in the crystal structure. Once again, about the orbital order. So I also claim that this is the key factor which governs magnetic structure, orbital order of manganese ions in 3+ oxidation state. In 3+ means the electronic configuration is 3d4. This electronic configuration means we have 4 electrons occupying d orbitals, and 3 of them occupy a low energy level, T2G, and 1 occupy high energy, EG. And this electron is associated with quite asymmetric orbital. It's named D3Z². It's very asymmetric. And depending on the geometry of these orbitals, depending on the geometry of the neighboring ions, it can be different magnetic structure, different magnetic properties. Say for lanthanum manganite, I guess we already had about this compound during today's presentation. In this manganite, another one, the orbital order, it's named so-called A-type. It means then that in the basal plane, in this AB, I hope it's this orientation, we have ferromagnetic coupling. Why ferromagnetic? Because if we see the orientation of these orbitals, we can see that this is occupied with electron clouds, yeah, this is empty. And according to the exchange interactions rule named after Godunov Kanamori. If we have a coupling between occupied and empty, it means we have positive exchange interaction providing ferromagnetics. If it would be empty or filled and filled, it would be antiferro. So in this plane, for lens and manganite, we have ferromagnetic coupling, and between the layers across, we have antiferro. But ferro coupling is stronger, and it dominates, and the compound is ferromagnetic, also with quite low transition temperatures, about 100 K. So what happens with bismuth in the case of bismuth manganite? The orbital order is a bit different. On this slide, I put the unit cell volume. It's quite big, yeah. And you can see the location of different ions. Different ion means bismuth, this green or cyan color, the manganese ions, and the oxygen, red ones. And we also were able to reconstruct the oxygen octahedra, highlighting the B3Z, the most important orbital. And on this image, you can see, I highlight this with red color, this orbital, and you can see how they are oriented. Probably it's not easy to catch because it's in 3D view. So, but these 5 octahedra laying in one plane, and these 2 up and down laying in vertical, say, orientation as compared to this one. So what we have here for the initial compound CO2, we have, say, empty, 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 empty. So along this pathway, we have antiferromagnetic coupling. Along this one, field, empty, empty field, ferromagnetic. And across the vertical pathway, it's also ferromagnetic. And also I made put a scheme just to make it easy. I mean the estimation of this coupling. So what happens next? For the next compound, we also reconstruct all the compounds. We reconstructed the geometry of the orbitals. And what we found out that the orbital order changed, yeah. And in this compound, we have the next situation. We have one pathway which is associated with ferromagnetic coupling, empty, field, empty. And 2 other pathways, this one, here we have antiferro, here we have ferro. So we have frustrated coupling, which doesn't lead to long-range order. And along to this pathway also, we have frustrated character of exchange interactions. It means that this orbital order, this one, already modified as compared to the initial one. This orbital order do not lead to strengthening of ferromagnetism, and it affects, it destroys, I mean this geometry, it destroys ferromagnetic coupling. So magnetization should be smaller. And for the next compound, this 3.14 in this series, orbital order also changed, and moreover, to keep the charge balance, the manganese ion tends to change the oxidation state towards to 4+. So in this compound, we have about 20% of the manganese ions in 4+ oxidation state. It means that these ions have different geometry, different oxidation state, yeah, and different electronic configuration. So it disrupts, I mean, these ions disrupt orbital order, but still it remains. How we can trace the orbital order? What data we can use to prove that it exists? The same, the diffraction. We made this synchrotron radiation using synchrotron radiation diffraction measurement, And the refinement of these patterns gave us really precise data about the ionic coordinates. If we have, on this slide, you can see some main structural parameters. If we know exact position of the ions, we can reconstruct, calculate the distances between the ions, the angles necessary. And here you can see that we also put manganese-O manganese distance and the bond length for manganese-O. This is the most important information to understand orbital order. You compare different bond lengths for different oxygen octahedra and conclude about the geometry. For CO2 compound, we have 2 independent positions of manganese ion. For 308 compound, we have 3. It's a bit more difficult, but nothing special. It's still possible to reconstruct exact geometry of the bond length. And for the last compound in this series, it's much more easy. Only one manganese independent position for manganese ions we have. So, what about magnetization? We checked orbital order and we claimed, okay, we have some frustration in the exchange interaction and they should lead to decrease in magnetization. And in reality, we see this situation. On the slide, you can see isothermal magnetization curves. And you see that the magnetization in field decreases rapidly with the increase in the nominal oxygen excess. And moreover, this loop for 3.14 compound, which has orthorhombic structure, the curves has some notable coercivity, and I'm pretty sure it's because of coupling between manganese ions, heterovalent manganese ions in 3+ and 4+ oxidation states. This is important to know that actually this coupling 3+, 4+ should provide strong magnetism. Why we don't have it here? Because the amount of manganese ions in 4+ oxidation state is not enough to form long-range order. So probably if we would increase the number of nominal oxygen excess, we would lead to increase in magnetization. But it's not easy because the perovskite structure is not stable if we will increase the oxygen excess. So on the temperature dependence of magnetization, we see the same story, which proves that we destroy magnetic order and the specific temperature of the magnetic transition decreases. And for the last compound, we would say have some, not long-range magnetization, but some cluster behavior. Let's go back to the crystal structure. We also checked temperature-dependent behavior of the crystal structure. We'd like to check how the structure changes if we increase the temperature, and the answer is quite simple. It goes to orthorhombic. Either we have monoclinic structural state at room temperature or a mixture. It goes directly, this is important, it goes directly to orthorhombic. Orthorhombic specific to this last compound, 3.14. Orthorhombic described by PNMA space growth. So this is a bit unexpected for me because regardless of the monoclinic distortion, the type of monoclinic distortion, it goes directly without any intermediate, any bridge phase. Okay, this is a matter of crystallography, but up to now we didn't find any intermediate structural phases for these compounds. And this is important to understand how crystal structure changes depending on the temperature here and depending on the oxygen content. So we also made these calculations for unit cell parameters as a function of temperature, and it's also quite interesting story that for the first compound, the unit cells, the unit cell parameters, they are presented in reduced or normalized view for easy comparison. So they behave in quite, I would say, conventional way. So near the phase transition, C and B parameters becomes to be nearly equal. So simply become the crystal structure becomes to be more symmetric. And after the transition region, the unit cell parameters increases. Okay, nothing special, let's say. But for the next compound 3.08, it looks like at room temperature, the crystal structure a bit more symmetric than in the vicinity of the phase transition. So close to this temperature, 200 C, the A and B parameter becomes to be more different. It's a bit strange, and I would expect some different phase here, but we didn't find it. And more or less the same story we noted for the
Dear Dmitry, the sound is off. Dmitry? We can't hear you.
The unit cell volume reduced.
Now everything all right. Continue, please.
Sorry?
We was not able to hear you approximately 2 minutes before.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got a phone call and I canceled it, but
okay, so please repeat the information from 2 minutes.
Sorry. So, about the unit cell parameters. Yeah, I probably repeat a bit for 0.8 and for 3.08 and 3.14. For these compounds, the crystal structure behaves in a bit strange way. Say for this compound close to the phase boundary, the symmetry becomes to be less symmetric, yeah, than at room temperature, because you see the splitting of the A and B parameters. And for this compound, more or less the same story. At room temperature, it looks like more symmetric the crystal structure. Yeah, you remember the pattern. It looks like pseudocubic. And at elevated temperature, we have some splitting. The difference between A and B parameters, again, they are presented in normalized view, just to easy comparison. And at elevated temperature, crystal structure becomes less symmetric. This is a bit strange. And at higher temperature, everything goes in predictable way. Yeah, it goes to be equal. I mean, the unit cell parameters. And for unit cell volume, also it's this is not parameter, it's volume. Also quite strange, because at higher temperature, the unit cell volume is less than at lower temperature. Actually, the same story we saw for the bismuth ferrite compound. And the difference between the unit cell volumes, the difference is quite notable. It's about 1%. And the difference becomes less for the next compound, and it disappears because the crystal structure remains to be the same for the last compounds in this series. So this is evolution of the crystal structure and the unit cell parameters, and based on this data we constructed preliminary, up to now at least, phase diagram, which shows the evolution of the crystal structure as a function of nominal oxygen content. Yeah, we checked the temperature and calculated the temperature of the phase transition, temperature-induced phase transition, and the region of the single phase and phase coexistence regions. We also estimated the magnetic transition temperature, how it changed with the oxygen, and the orbital order. So, briefly, the main conclusions that firstly, we've estimated the series of the phase transition as a function of oxygen excess from monoclinic to monoclinic, from monoclinic to orthorhombic. Then we estimated the evolution of the orbital order as a function of oxygen content. Yeah, we clarified that orbital order changed. And this is important because recently one paper was published by theoreticians, our colleagues, by the way, and they claim that the orbital order remains. We have to stick with them. And we also checked the evolution of the orbital order as a function of temperatures. Nothing special, it just destroys. It's understandable. And we also checked the temperature regions and concentration, oxygen concentration range, where these compounds can be characterized by a single phase structural state or phase coexistence. So mainly that's all I'd like to present, and I'd like to thank you for your attention, and to my colleagues and our joint, by the way, big project transfer, which helps us to make measurements in different countries around Europe. So thank you, colleagues, for your attention. If you have some questions, you're welcome.
So, do we have a question in the hall? Yes, we have one.
Welcome.
Please.
Would you please show the last figure?
The last slide?
The last slide, yes.
Yes, the last figure, please.
With the phase diagram?
The last picture before your conclusions.
Can you please show the last picture before the conclusions?
With conclusions?
Before conclusions.
Before conclusions, we have the phase diagram, yeah?
Yes.
The picture summarizing the results you obtained.
Dima, show please the picture that summarizing the result you obtained.
Phase diagram. Phase diagram.
With phase diagram.
Can you see the screen? Ah, sorry.
Now we see only your face.
Sorry, yeah, I stopped it. This one. Can you see the screen?
Okay. So I see several regions which correspond to the phases with a certain crystalline structure. And what are the regions which are between these structures?
Between different monoclinic and the monoclinic orthorhombic, yeah?
Are there, let me continue. Are these regions with indefinite structures? Or are these regions with a structure which is different from those you have shown in your presentation?
Okay, thank you for the question. So in between these single phase regions, we have a mixture of the neighbors, yeah, of the neighboring regions. It's a usual case for these kinds of phase transition. So in between C2C and P2C, P1C, we have the mixture. The same story for the region between monoclinic and orthorhombic. We have just a coexistence of these two phases. Probably we can speculate that some intermediate phase stabilizes in this region, but we didn't find any external, I would say, phases. Just those we noted here, you see on the phase diagram. One monoclinic, second one, and the orthorhombic one. Nothing external.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your question. Do we have more questions in the hall? So if not, we can move for our next speaker. Thank you very much, Dima, again.
Thank you.
And I will ask to continue our session Dr. Ling Peng from France. Miss Ling?
Yes. I'm trying to, sorry, I'm trying to get my things in the screen. Did you see my slide?
Now we see all your slides on one screen. Can you please?
Right
Yes.
now, is it okay?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay, so thank you very much for this invitation. It's my great pleasure to share with you some of our recent results in supramolecular dendrimers for biomedical applications. So in this meeting, I see the program, they have a lot of talk about the nanoscience and the nanotechnology impact our societies for research in energy, in environment, and in health. So my talk today is mainly about using nanotechnologies for improved health. Specifically, we will use the nanotechnologies for drug delivery for precision medicine. So here is a slide to show you that usually when we take the drug to treat the disease, we will we will have the I should try to make the camera. Okay, so the drug will diffuse all of the. Okay, so the drug will what we wish is that the drug can concentrate in the disease tissues, so we can have very high local drug concentration, so have very good drug efficacy and have reduced the toxicity as well as reduce the drug resistance. But if the drug is diffused all over the body, so the drug will not very concentrated at the disease tissue, so the drug toxicity is high, the drug efficacy is low, and also they will induce drug resistance. That's why a lot of drugs have the problem of drug resistance. So we hope that using the nanotechnology, we can specifically concentrate the drug delivered to the disease tissues. So this nanotechnology-based drug delivery, we call it nanosize effect or EPI effect. So for drug delivery from specifically elaborated nanomedicines, we have used different nanomaterials for drug delivery. So our group is working on the dendrimers. Dendrimer is a kind of synthetic macromolecules with dendritic structures. As you can see, it looks like a tree. They have the branching unit, they have the core, and they have the terminal groups like the fruit. So these dendrimers, they have very well-defined structures, and also they have the multivalence. As well, they have the cavities, and they are in the size of nanometric. So they are ideal nanocarrier for drug delivery. So this is to show you one of the dendrimers which we synthesize in the lab as we are chemists. So we synthesize these dendrimers in the chemistry lab. And as you can see, this dendrimers looks really like a tree. You can see the tree trunk, the branching, make the tree growing, and the terminal groups on the surface, which makes the fruitful of this tree, dendrimer tree. So with these dendritic structures, we can chelate the metals in the interior of the branch of the dendrimers or on the surface of the dendrimers. In this case, we can carry a lot of metals. This is an example to show you that we can carry this dendrimer can carry the gadolinium for magnetic resonance imaging as an MRI imaging reagent. And also here is to show you examples using dendrimers to encapsulate anti-cancer drugs, cisplatins. As you know, cisplatin is not soluble and is not bioavailable. So if we can encapsulate the cisplatin within the dendrimer cavities, we can make the drug more stable, more bioavailable, and more soluble. So we can increase the drug efficacy. And here is another example to show you that the dendrimers, by modifying the surface, we can make the surface interact with the receptors on the cell, so we can neutralize the virus which infected the cell to have the antiviral effect. And also, this is an example to show you that with the dendrimers, which have the positive charge on the surface, they can interact with the negatively charged nucleic acid and form nanoparticles. And these nanoparticles can be used for DNA delivery. So these dendrimers have been commercialized by Janssen and Sigma at Risch for DNA delivery. And here is just to show you that our synthetic dendrimers, they have the size, shape, folding, conformation similar to the natural proteins, but the stability is much higher because they are covalently constructed global structures of the dendrimer. So inspired from the literature, we would like to design dendrimers which mimic the natural protein histones for DNA binding and DNA release in the view to develop dendrimers for nucleic acid delivery. So how to achieve this structure flexible dendrimers, which is very easy. What we made is make a dendrimers. They will have a large core, so these dendrimers have very flexible structures. And these structures, these dendrimers have positively charged on the surface. They will interact with the negatively charged nucleic acid, and they form nanoparticles, which are very small, around 50, 70 nanometers, and they're uniform and stable. And they protect nucleic acid from the degradation. As you can see, the dendrimers can protect siRNA digestion against the enzyme. And indeed, these dendrimers can deliver DNA for DNA transfection and deliver small interfering RNA for gene silence. So based on these exciting results, our project was funded by the Europe to translate our dendrimers for small interfering RNA deliveries in treating different diseases. And here is the examples to show you that using our dendrimers to deliver nucleic acid to treat liver cancer, glioblastoma cancer, ovarian cancer. And one of the dendrimers is extremely promising and is advanced to clinic trial. But unfortunately, the GMP production of the dendrimers has retrieved the clinic trial, first clinic trial, and instead of dendrimer, they will use the lipid, because dendrimer at the moment, we don't have the available dendrimers for clinical trial. So, although the dendrimers is very potent, but because of its unavailability, so we have to use the lipid for the clinical trial. So, how to solve these problems? As a chemist, we try to think about that, whether we can make smaller dendrimers which have an easy synthesis, but still can have a better delivery. For this reason, we think speculated that we can synthesize the amphiphilic dendrimers, which will self-assemble into supramolecular dendrimers. And these supramolecular dendrimers can mimic the covalently constructed flexible dendrimers for nucleic acid delivery. Therefore, we have synthesized these dendrimers, amphiphilic dendrimers, and these amphiphilic dendrimers indeed self-assemble into nanomicelles, as you can see from the TM. That's very small, around 7 nanometers, as also you can see by the DLS, which is exactly the same size as a structural covalent constructed dendrimers. And also these dendrimers interact with negatively charged, they form stable nanoparticles and protect nucleic acid against the enzyme digest and deliver the small interfering RNAs into the cell for gene silence. So if we compare the second generation of amphiphilic dendrimers compared to the first generation of dendrimers, our dendrimers have significantly reduced the molecular weight, which is less than 2,000 Dalton, and the first generation dendrimers have over 20,000 Daltons. So this same small dendrimers can have similar activities for nucleic acid delivery, as we can show here. And then we have engineered our dendrimers with hydrophobic chain, which was changed from single chain to double chain. And interesting, instead of form nanomicelles, these double chain amphiphenic dendrimers form vesicle structures. And these vesicle structures is really smart. And when they interact with the negatively charged, they will rearrange into small nanomicelles for maximum interact with siRNA molecules to form the nanoparticles for siRNA delivery. And indeed, this dendrimers is very effective for siRNA delivery, even in primary immune cells, which is very difficult to treat and also which is very sensitive to delivery material. And using these amphiphenic dendrimers, we can deliver small interfering RNAs into monocyte, macrophage, microglia, T cell, natural killer, and the dendritic cell for immunotherapy. And also instead of double chain, we can also make the two terminals with the dendron and have the polar-typed dendrimers. And instead, these polar-typed dendrimers form the tubular self-assembly structures instead of the micelle and the vesicles. And currently, we are trying to understand the self-assembly process of the polar amphiphenic dendrimers for drug delivery. And one of these dendrimers have been scheduled for clinical trial at Hong Kong University. So we have talked about amphiphenic dendrimers self-assemble into small nanomicelles for nucleic acid delivery. We can also explore the nanomicelles for drug delivery because these nanomicelles have the hydrophobic interior, so we can encapsulate hydrophobic drug. And here is this slide is to show you that using of our amphiphilic drug formed nanomicelles that have much advantage as the conventional lipid polymer nanomicelles for drug delivery, because the conventional lipid polymer nanomicelles, they have a very dense core, so the drug loading is very low, whereas using our dendrimer nanomicelles, the core, they have a large empty core, which can be accommodated with a large amount of drug molecules for drug delivery. Indeed, we can achieve the small nanoparticles with high drug loading over 40%. And here is to show you that the nanomicelles is around 10 to 15 nanometers. And these nanomicelles can specifically accumulate into the tumors, into the mice model, and also they penetrate deep into the drug-resistant spheroid tumor organoid. And most importantly, these nanomicelles have effective and homogeneous treatment to overcome drug resistance using primary pancreatic cancer cells from pancreatic cancer biobank. So here is the results to show you from 35 patients, which using our dendrimers to treat the pancreatic cancer. The red and the green bars are from our dendrimer nanomicelles, while the dark blue and, the yellow, the light blue and the dark blues is the response of the primary pancreatic cancer to the clinic drug doxorubicin and the nanodoxorubicin. As you can see, the primary pancreatic cancer had a not very good response to the primary pancreatic to the clinic drug, but they have very effective and uniform response to our nano drug. Finally, after we used this self-assembly supramolecular dendrimers for drug delivery, for nucleic acid delivery, we also would like to use it for imaging agent delivery. So depending on the imaging agent, whether it's hydrophobic or hydrophilic, we can encapsulate the imaging agent within the dendrimer nanomycel or on the surface of the dendrimer nanomycels. As you can see here is an example using a hydrophobic fluorescent imaging agent. We can encapsulate inside the nanomycels for effective tumor imaging. And here is using the radionuclear philic radionuclide for tumor imaging, which was decorated on the dendrimer surface. So for the radio imaging, I will just show you some, for the surface imaging is that we try to decorate the dendrimer surface with different chelators. And these chelators are able to chelate radionuclide for the tumor imaging. Here is to chelate indium, which allows us to have stacked image of tumors. And here is the chelate, the terminal chelate can chelate gallium, which is a radionuclide for PET image. As you can see, using our dendrimers, we can effectively image the tumors while using the clinic image agent. We didn't observe any signals from the tumor. Also, the small molecular gallium cannot give good tumor revelation. Finally, we can also use the chelate reagent to chelate gadolinium for magnetic resonance imaging, and using the magnetic resonance imaging, and at the same time we can also encapsulate hydrophobic fluorescence agent at the interior of the micelle, so we can achieve both magnetic resonance imaging and the fluorescence imaging with the dual model imaging to effectively detect the tumor model, the cancer. So I think right now I will stop here. I just try to show you that from the traditional conventional dendrimers, we promoted the self-assembly supramolecular dendrimers for drug delivery with the modular and adaptive supramolecular dendrimers. By altering the amphiphilic dendrimers, the surface groups, the hydrophobic part, we can form the nanomycels, either encapsulate the hydrophobic agent at the interior of the micelle, or interact with the negatively charged nucleic acid with a positively charged nanomycel, or chelate the radionuclide on the surface for the imaging. So our future work is try to combine what the experience and the concept which we have used for drug delivery, for nucleic acid delivery, and for image agent delivery to construct nanotheranostics. And these nanotheranostics have the drug inside, and on the surface have the imaging agent. So they can allow us to have precision medicine. So we can inject to the mice and then follow the treatment. And according to the treatment situation, we can modulate the dose and frequency in order to achieve precise and safe theranostic in precision medicine. Finally, I would like to thank all of our group members who have participated in this work. Some you have seen the photo and some you didn't see, and also the different collaborators which we collaborate in Marseille in France with the pancreatic cancer expert and the prostate cancer expert, and also we collaborate with radio imaging. And for all of the examples, we have also collaborated with Beckman Research Institute in the United States, London Imperial College in UK, and we made all of our computer modeling with Italy, Trieste University. However, I didn't mention this work. And also I would like to thank all of the funding agents, and all of work mostly was supported by Europe. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention, and you are welcome to visit Marseille if you have the chance. Thank you very much, and look forward to your questions.
Okay, do we have a question? Yes, we have one. One moment. Can you please come closer because the microphone has...
Yes.
Thank you for your talk, and I have a question. Why do your dendrimers are mainly located in the tumors in mice?
Okay. Very good question. Okay, I will say that. Did you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, you can see my slide. So actually, there is yes, here is the slide. So I would like to say that because the tumor microenvironment, they are very different than the normal part. So if here on the upper part, you can see that these capillaries have well organized cells, and this is the epithelial cells of the blood vessel. And here is the tumors. Because of the tumor, the uncontrollable, they grow very fast. So they have the hole, they make the spaces between the epithelial cells, and also the cells. The tumor cells are not regularly, so they have a lot of spaces. So for example, if we have the small molecular drugs can diffuse freely to the normal tissue and to the tumor tissue. So if they diffuse to the normal tissue, they generate toxicity. But if they diffuse the tumor tissue, they will reduce the reduce the tumor. But if we formulate the small molecular drug as a nano drop, they have the size around 10 to 100 nanometers. So some of the nanoparticles cannot penetrate into the normal tissue, but they can trapped into the tumor tissues. So they will be trapped and they cannot go out because they don't have the lymphatic system. So within the tumor site, they will release the drug, so they can concentrate the drug at the tumor tissue, so they can have better activities for treating the tumor and have much less toxicities to to endanger the normal tissues. And at the same time, they will be more efficacious, so they will avoid drug resistance.
Thank
you very much. Did I answer your question?
Yes, that's a full answer for the question. Do we have any more? So no question more. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Lingpeng. And now we will ask our next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
So we asked Professor Anatoly Popov from Latvia to continue our session.
Do you see me?
Yes.
So, yes, I will share a screen. Okay. And okay, do you see me?
Yes, now everything is okay. You can start.
That's okay. So today I will speak about distinctive features of diffusion control point defect combination in radiated fan shock ceramics for nuclear applications. On the first slide, you can see 3 pictures of our city and of our institute. So you can see that from the Institute of Solid State Physics, University of Latvia. I'm research interests are listed at this slide. The most important work what we are doing during last 10 years is radiation damage of insulators for different nuclear applications. And today I will talk to you about what we did together with Vladimir Guzovkov and Eugene Katomin from our institute, together with experimental groups from Institute of Physics, University of Tartu. You can see here Sasha Lushchik and Evgeny Shablonin, two scientists from Estonia. And let me mention shortly main project which we just completed and which still we are going. This is two projects from Eurofusion, enabling research project concerning advanced experimental theoretical analysis of defect evolution and structural disordering, and then two projects concerning scintillator and also multi-scale modeling of radiation defects in spinel crystals. The main one of the main tasks what I will discuss show you today is analysis of thermal defect evolution of point defects created in functional ceramics for Eurofusion application. And before to start with our results, I would like to give you a short note about radiation damage. This is typical picture what I would like to show normally to students and people from other branch of the science. This is, you can see here KCl crystals, which was radiated by X-ray. You can see a violet spot. And this is a real manifestation of radiation damage in the crystal. And in many cases, this change of the color is due to the formation of the new structural point defects within the crystal, namely vacancy and interstitials, and such change of the color can be analyzed by different experimental techniques like optical absorption, luminescence, electron paramagnetic resonance. There are a lot of manifestation of the appearance of such color in thermostimulated luminescence, in infrared spectra, and many others. So today we'll talk about ceramics for nuclear application. Namely, I will show you some of our recent results obtained on single and ceramic samples of MgO, alumina, beryllium oxide, spinel, and few more. All these materials are in the priority list for Eurofusion Consortium to develop future thermonuclear reactor, which actually now under development in France, in Cadarache. And you can see here the list of the primary candidate material for different application, mostly diagnostic components, and which materials are tested or were tested for this big device. And what is interesting to note here is that we're still working with the most simple materials like binary MgO or aluminum nitride, because these materials are very close to the beginning of the periodic table. So all these nuclear reactions which can be observed under neutron excitation are well studied or even not very important for application like we discussed today. Let me just mention shortly that which properties are of insulator materials, but not only insulator, also semiconductor materials, and some properties also belongs to the organic materials. Properties changed by irradiation. So you can see here that the dimensional swelling, mechanical properties, different stresses, there is energy storage processes. We also know that there are changes in electrical and thermal conductivity, but we talk today mostly about optical properties, and we know that under radiation we can see the formation of permanent absorption in irrigated crystals. There are some defects which possess only a short lifetime, so this is so-called transient absorption, which mostly analyzed by time-resolved spectroscopical techniques. Also during radiation we can see analyzed luminescence, and we call very often this luminescence as radioluminescence. And we are interested to understand the saturation of such absorption. We are interested to understand thermal stability of the defects responsible for absorption. And we are also interested to predict the type of defects, their concentration, their properties under specific prolonged radiation with different type of radiations. Let me start with F-center and their thermal annealing in the most simple crystal as MgO. We know that in this material there are three types of oxygen vacancy defects: bare oxygen vacancies without any electrons trapped on this side, and also F-center vacancy, oxygen vacancy with 2 electrons, and F+ center oxygen vacancy with only 1 electron. All this center could be analyzed by optical absorption. You can see in the first figure optical absorption spectra of MgO irradiated with neutron and ions. You can see there this is F and F+ centers, and also there is production of so-called F2 centers, two F centers nearby. What is also important to tell that F centers in material like MgO can be created by different radiation types, or even by thermochemical reduction when samples is heated in magnesium vapor. What is important is that thermal stability of F centers depends on the type of the radiation. For example, in thermochemically reduced samples, F centers are very stable up to 1000 centigrades, because in such kind of the production there is no oxygen interstitial produced by heating. While in the case of irradiation, with neutrons, ion, or fast electrons, stability of F centers is much lower, just only at about 400 centigrades, and this is due to more mobile oxygen interstitials. You can see that there is some difference between annealing curves for electron and neutron and ion radiation, and we are interested to understand what is the reason of such difference and what kind of information we can obtain analyzing curves like this. We use theoretical models which was developed specially for this type of experiment. So our model of radiation defect annealing kinetic includes the following steps. So we can see the primary Frankel defect formation, vacancy of interstitials. Then mobile defects, in our case, is interstitials migrate to the F centers, and such process determined by activation energy and exponential factor. What is important that these parameters could be changed under irradiation. because in general, under heavy radiation, we are working with lattice, which is very different from the beginning state. There are a lot of defects, a lot of distortion. Even in many materials, we can observe the amortization of the material. So we are able to analyze the defect annealing. We are able to analyze the formation of metal colloids, analyze the aggregates of point defects. And some years ago, this model was successfully applied for lithium fluoride and calcium fluoride metallization of these optical materials on the project with Volkswagen Foundation. And today we will speak about Eurofusion application. So, first example is F-center annealing in thermochemically reduced oxide. You can see that F-centers are very stable in all these oxides, and activation energy obtained from analysis of the annealing curves, this optical absorption area on the F-center curve as a function of the annealing temperature. All spectra were measured at room temperature, but points at the curves belongs to the heating or annealing temperature. Only in MGO we were able to observe the formation of magnesium nanocolloids at temperatures much higher than 100 centigrades. Peak value is almost 1,400 centigrades, and this was done some years ago. But today we will speak more about the irradiated samples. And next example shows you the difference of the F-center annealing in irradiated alumina for several types of alumina crystals irradiated in different places with different fluencies. And you can see in the figure there is strong dispersion of the obtained data, and even activation energy obtained from the analysis is also changed from 0.3, for example, up to 0.8, and only highest value is close to the theoretically calculated migration energy of oxygen interstitials in alumina. So we performed additional measurements to understand what could be obtained from the very, very detailed analysis of annealing curves. And this is first experiments which was obtained on alumina irradiated with swift heavy ions. In our case, uranium ions experiment was done in GSI in Darmstadt. So F-center were obtained by swift heavy ions in a very, very thin layer of the crystal. So range of the ions is just 100 to about 100 microns. And during thermal annealing, we can see gradual decrease of F-center absorption bands. In our cases, F and F plus centers. And we can see, analyzing individual component of this absorption, we can see that activation energy for annealing is quite low, 0.2, 0.3 EV. Please remember our previous slide for thermochemically reduced materials. In that case, activation energy for F-centers is higher than 3 electron volts. So in the case of iron radiated crystals, we have effect of the oxygen interstitials. And further comparison of the data obtained in our specific experiment with many literature data, we can see that there is strong change of the strong dependence of the annealing curves as a function of fluence mostly. This large dispersion is started from 0.2 up to 0.8 eV, and only highest values belongs to the oxygen interstitials. All low cases already somehow characterization of the disordering of the lattice defect. And we are interested to understand, is it a way to connect all this data in one specific law? And we found in chemical kinetics very famous Meyer-Neidl rule, which actually gives us dependence of the activation energy and prefactor X. This law is mostly what was used for this characterization of disordering processes, disordering system in chemistry, biology, and even in semiconductors. And plotting all obtained data from our experiment and treated from different other experiments, we found a very nice straight line connecting different type of radiation, neutrons, ions, and protons. And this is quite interesting because we can relate different type of radiation and make universal curves, universal scenario how to relate different type of radiation and predict what will be activation energy for thermal stability, for thermal annealing of F-centers in alumina. Even without any performing of new experiment. This was interesting, and we check this rule for another very famous and well-studied materials like magnesium fluoride. You can see here our analysis for neutron irradiated magnesium fluoride. You can see how F and F type absorption band change during thermal annealing. So there is decrease of the F centers, colloid formation, but what is the most important in our case today is that if we plot on the right figure F-center annealing as a function of temperature for different irradiation with different fluxes and fluences, we can see again strong distortion of the data. And first look, it seems that there is no any rule to describe such strange behavior of the F-center annealing. But this is not true at all. If we go further and firstly compare, for example, electron and neutron irradiated data for magnesium fluoride, we can see that there are some tendencies with increasing of the flux. So, for short irradiation with neutrons and electrons, we obtain more stable defects, but after prolonged irradiation, defects are less stable. And analyzing again using our model and plotting data as a Meyer-Neidl rule, we can obtain again very, very nice straight line connecting ion, neutron, electron, and gamma radiation for center stability. And not only this curve is nice, but another left curve also gives us some relation between F-center stability and those of electrons which were used for F-center creation. So in the case of magnesium fluoride, we have very nice recipe how to relate and how to connect different type of radiation for F-center creation, and even do not performing additional ion, neutron irradiation, which sometimes is not easy to manage because there are not so many available neutron sources, so we can use ions or even electrons to modulate irradiation for specific parts of the devices for nuclear application. Then few short examples more. Similar experiments were done in more complex oxide like magnesium aluminum spinel. So we can see here again similar behavior for F-center annealing as a function of temperature. Again, we analyze obtain components for F and F plus centers as a function of annealing temperature. And in this experiment, we used not only single crystal, but also commercial ceramics, which are in the list of the Fusion Consortium. And we obtained finally, again, firstly table in which we put all data concerning activation energy, prefactor X, and irradiation history, and finally plotting again Meyer-Neidl rule for this type of materials. And you can see we have point for neutrons, protons, ion, and electrons. We could again connect each radiation with each other and predict thermal stability and thermal annealing parameters for any type of irradiation. And all last results, what I shown, received quite good citation in literature. So both paper in the top, as a top cited in Nuclear Instruments and Method Physics Research B. So we continue recently similar analysis for scintillator material or fossil material, and this is first results obtained on the YAG samples. You can see here our joint results with people from Algeria and Spain. You can see data obtained with chromium ions and neutron irradiated YAG. So in both cases there is dose-dependent F-center creation. Then we analyzed difficult combination in all these cases. We can see very, very similar behavior as we observed in the case of alumina. Careful analysis of the activation energy and prefactor gives us very, very similar behavior like we observed in spinel. But please have attention here. You may see that behavior of the in Meyer-Neidl rule is different for binary and complex oxide. So if in the case of in the case of spinel, it was a very similar behavior. So activation energy is going to be higher in the case of spinel or YAG samples, while in the case of binary oxides like alumina and MgO, behavior is different. So in the case of complex oxide, defects are going to be more stable than in binary. This is very, very interesting observation. For the moment, we have no clear explanation why. Probably we have to take into account some specific role of interstitial of anti-site defects in such material, but we have no still clear scenario, and we are working on this. And finally, let me give you some short conclusions. So we have performed actually detailed analysis of different kinetics of F-center annealing in oxide and halide materials as binary and complex. If we are talking about distinctive features in our case is that F-center annealing depends on the type of radiation as well as on the fluence. And we observed microscopic disordering of crystalline structure. In some cases, we can give some ideas about activation energy for migration of oxygen interstitial, but we have to be very careful in analyzing thermal annealing curves, because very often activation energy which can be obtained from the thermal annealing curves belongs to the crystal disordering, but not directly to the activation energy of oxygen interstitials. And we are working now with several more materials like cerium oxide, with beryllium oxide. We obtained a new YAG samples related in Dubna and in GSI with bismuth and xenon ions. So we are going to analyze more detail the behavior in YAG, also adding additional measurements of photoluminescence, EPR, and to see EPR annealing of EPR active signal. So finally, this is just the first example to quantify a kinetic of defect annealing in functional material for nuclear application. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anatoly. Do we have a question in the hall? So no question for now. You can contact Anatoly Popov if you will have a question later by the email on the slide. Thank you, Professor Anatoly. Thank you again. And for now we will finish our first session. We will have a short coffee break, and I kindly invite all participants to join us for a joint photo that will be made on the stair. So have your time and join us for a joint conference photo.
Dear colleagues, let's start our conference. And now for second part of the day. And we were glad to invite Professor Sviatoslav Kirillov. He will present you a very interesting presentation, plenary presentation, enhancing high-rate electrochemistry potential of lithium-manganese O4 by means of surface modification. Please.
Микрофон. Можно или нет?
Мікрофон. Це все чути буде. Оцей. Ні, це чути в трансляції. Він потужний.
So, thank you, Mrs. Chairman, for introducing me and for giving me an opportunity to speak about enhancing high-rate electrochemical properties of lithium manganese spinel by means of surface modification. I greet all this limited circle who probably is interested in this particular topic, and I hope that some less brave are listening to us remotely. And now to my presentation. What I'm speaking about? I'm speaking about lithium-ion batteries, which, as you know, became very popular during almost 30 years of existence, and now they are used in lots of applications, from consumer electronics to energy accumulation, to transportation, and to military applications. I'll speak about high-rate batteries. What does it mean? High-rate batteries sustain high current loads. It means that they could be charged or discharged in less time t, it is much faster than less powerful ones. I'll widely use as a characteristic of charge discharge ability the so-called C-rate current. It's measured in the so-called C units, and it's determined as specific current divided by specific capacity of the battery, and according to dimensions, this CR value has a dimension of reciprocal time. In early recommendations of United States Advanced Battery Consortium, it was considered that big lithium-ion batteries for energy accumulation or for all electric vehicles should be completely discharged in half an hour. It means C current equal to 2C. And smaller lithium-ion batteries for hybrid electric vehicles could be completely discharged in several minutes or seconds, and this means currents of 8 to 80 C. Now we have other standards. These standards are applicable to all electric cars you see in the streets. These valid standards determine that big lithium-ion batteries for all electric vehicles should tolerate currents more than 5C. Smaller lithium-ion batteries should tolerate currents more than 10 C, and even more strict standards by International Organization of Standardization require 20 plus C for all electric vehicles. By the way, these standards are in use in our country, so you can understand that the work and testing of lithium-ion batteries is made just with these currents. And speaking about lithium-ion batteries for military applications, it must tolerate currents of about 100 C. I'll speak about our work on high-rate materials for lithium-ion batteries, and there are two directions of optimal design of high-rate materials of for lithium-ion batteries. One of them is deals with subdivision of electrode materials to their nano-sized form. Speaking about LIMN204, in our work of 2014, we managed to synthesize this material which tolerate the current of 45 C. Another strategy for the design of high-rate material is surface modification of electrode materials. In this case, we were able to synthesize a material which comprises lithium manganese spinel in the form of gradient material covered with lithium nickel manganese spinel, and this material tolerates the current of 65 C. This work was published in 2017. And now I'll tell you about our work with lithium manganese spinel covered by polypyrrole, and this material tolerates the current of 300 C. The synthesis of this nice material was performed in the following way. We suspended lithium manganese spinel in an acidic medium in 1 molar solution of perchloric acid, and then drop by drop we added pyrrole monomer to this mixture, and as a result we had an opportunity to cover the particles of lithium manganese spinel with the layer of polypyrrole. Here I present X-ray diffraction studies of this material. It's well seen that polypyrrole is really present in this stuff. Then you can see scanning electron microscopic data for the material before and after surface modification, and you can reassure in particle size distributions that treating in acidic medium causes diminution of these particles, and instead of some almost almost 100 nanometers size, they became of 40 to 50 nanometers size. Transmission electron microscopy first supports the data of particle size distribution which we obtained in scanning electron microscopy. Then high resolution data give us an opportunity to see the layer of polypyrrole with its specific distances between the layers of polypyrrole, so we are sure that surface modification really occurs in our state, in our case. Here I show a comparative galvanostatic data for lithium manganese spinel and the composite. And the main result of this work is as follows. We see that simple lithium manganese spinel tolerates, as I told you, the currents of 45 C units. In the case of the composite, we see that comparable values of specific capacity could be attained in the case of currents of 300 C. Moreover, it's a strange thing on this graph. There is a break, and this break, what is the nature of this break? First, both mother material and then composite behave similarly, so they decrease their ability to sustain the current load in the similar way. And further, after this point, the ability of sustaining this current load is more slow, and it's quite good for this particular very good ability of tolerating high currents. What's the reason of this fact? Probably this is caused by the so-called pseudocapacitance features, which are showing up in addition to common Faradaic redox processes which are characteristic of electrode materials. What means Faradaic processes? They are slow because lithium ions are diffusing in a solid. In the case of pseudocapacitance features, they occur with the speed of the diffusion in a liquid. This means that this process occurs in a very thin layer of material which is close to the surface of this material. Really, impedance data show us that, first of all, the resistance of our material is less than the resistance of mother material. Moreover, there is a characteristic feature of solid-state diffusion that in the Nyquist plots, this part of the graph is the slope of 45 degrees. In the case of pseudocapacitive materials, and generally speaking, in capacitive materials, this slope tends to vertical line. In order to discern between pseudocapacitive and Faradaic behavior, we have performed cycling volt-ampering measurements, and there is a difference between pseudocapacitive materials, which behave in this way. I mean the dependence of the sweep of the speed of sweeping speed. So there is a difference, and further treating these curves mathematically, we have an opportunity to see that Faradaic contributions in mother materials are greater than pseudocapacitive features, and in the case of composite, they are almost equal. Another question arises: how to estimate the penetration depth in the case of pseudocapacitive materials? Generally speaking, this question arose some 30 years ago, and even the founder of this kind of science Conway was unable to answer to this question. We tried to find the answer in the very simple way. Let's consider that in a particle of this radius, in the case of low rates, when only Faradaic processes operate, the whole depth is accessible to lithium ions. In the case of pseudo-capacitive processes, only the surface of the particle of delta depth is accessible to lithium ions. These things could be easily found if you combine this penetration depth with specific capacities obtained with minimal currents and maximal currents. As a result, in the case of our particular material, we can conclude that at the rate of 300 C, the penetration depth is of around 3.5 unit cell thickness, and this means that 7 lithium accessible layers are working. So, what could we conclude? If we cover the surface of cathode materials with conductive polymers, it could be a simple and effective tool for increasing the high rateability and overall performance of electrode materials for lithium batteries. I stress special purpose because I mentioned that
batteries for military application should tolerate currents more than 100 C. Moreover, I guess that should we be able to further subdivide electrode materials to lesser sizes, and should we combine these materials with conductive coverage, this would be even more beneficial for greater enhancement of high-rate properties of electrode materials. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And do we have a question? Yes.
Please. I have two short questions. First, you showed two different mechanisms for charging of nanocomposite with polypyrrole. Do you have some data about pure polypyrrole polymers?
No, we did not study pure polypyrrole polymers because these data are well known.
And second question, it is, if I understand correctly, under diffusion, lithium cation diffuses into some porous or swelling layers in polymers. But in this case, anion, not diffusing.
No. So, let's be precise. In the case of the work of cathode material, the mechanism of its work is as follows. If you have charged lithium manganese spinel, charged material is MnO2, it's manganese oxide. When you discharge it, it swells lithium ions. So it means that only lithium ions are working, and nothing.
Yes, but in case of polymers?
In the case of polymers, situation is very interesting. Yes, polypyrrole could demonstrate electrochemical activity like lithium manganese spinel. It could be used as a cathode material. But the thing is that an electrochemical window for polypyrrole lies much in another region compared with lithium manganese spinel. It means that in the region when lithium manganese spinel works, polypyrrole doesn't. So in our case, polypyrrole works just like a binder.
Some separator.
A binder which connects particles and ensures the flow of electrical current from the flow of lithium ions from the solution of electrolyte to the depth of cathode material.
Do we have more questions?
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Please, what normally polypyrrole do you choose for modification? The part of my question I you answer. There are a lot of another conducting polymers.
Yes, yes. But the situation is very simple. When we, maybe you have noticed it, and it's my fault I did not draw your attention to the authors of this presentation. There are Denis Gramatsky, Anna Potapenko, and me. And when we discussed this idea, it appeared that Denis Gramatsky has great experience in working with polypyrene. So we decided that this would be the first experiment with covering any, let's say, cathode material with conductive polymer. So this is just nothing more.
Thank you very much. No, I have interesting private question. Your battery is for military application. Have you a problem with security department in your institute? No?
You see, let's say that batteries for military applications are batteries, and we work with module batteries. So, what's the difference? That's for the audience. A battery for military application contains cathode material and anode material. And anode material is usually graphite. In our case, all the tests were made against lithium. This is the first thing. The second thing, we're free to design new materials for military application. And then who wants, they will come and ask us, could you sell us this stuff? And we'll answer, yes, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thanks again for the good presentation, and we will move forward to our next speaker. It will be thank you. And it will be Dr. Alex Lakeman, sorry if I mispronounce, from Israel, and here's the floor is yours.
Thank you.
I will start your presentation. You can speak in this microphone.
This microphone is okay? Yes. Yeah, so I don't want to raise my voice.
Here, now the presentation light, yes? It's here?
Yeah. Trying to see it myself. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Alex Lakeman from Israel, from Holon Institute of Technology. And okay. And so I will talk about nanoparticles, anorganic nanoparticles of tungsten disulfide for hydrogen storage. I will talk about experimental details and also theoretical simulations. So just a few words about our institution. We are a public institution, a research and higher education institute near Tel Aviv. Once we were part of Tel Aviv University, but now we are independent institution of about 5,000 students that both undergraduate and graduate for electrical engineering, for industrial engineering, for computer science, mathematics. I belong to physics department. We have also design department and teaching department and so on. And our science laboratories are well established for a number of years. So I will concentrate on this subject of anorganic fullerene-like materials, nanoparticles and nanotubes of tungsten disulfide. And before moving to this application of hydrogen storage, just a few words about the particles. We have two types of particles. Either fullerene-like nanoparticles, that are namely onion-like giant nanoparticles of 100 to 350 nanometers in diameter with a hollow core. And the second type is multi-wall nanotubes from 550 to 120 nanometers wide and more than 20 microns long, and they have also open ends, which is very important for our applications. So these days you can buy these particles commercially, but in fact when you buy them from commercial company, you don't buy the material, you buy the license. And when you buy the license, the company will ask you not to investigate these particles, but just to use them for your applications. So this is why this is not suitable for us. So we synthesize them in our laboratories by my colleague Alazak in the nanosynthesis laboratory, who namely developed the synthesis about 15 to 20 years ago. So the mechanism of synthesis is quite complicated. We start with oxide, tungsten oxide, then there is some surface passivation of the oxide with hydrogen until we enter H2S. The gradual reduction goes from outside to inside. Then we produce these layers of sulfide until we have a pure nanoparticle of tungsten disulfide, multi-layered nanoparticle of tungsten disulfide with this hollow core. And this is very different from amorphous tungsten disulfide or molybdenum disulfide that is used for tens of years as additives to oils. In the case of nanotubes, from the chemical point of view, the synthesis is very similar, but technically it's very different. Again, we start with oxide, which goes passivation and reduction. We, at some intermediate state with this, we have this nano whiskey of tungsten oxide, and then production of layer by layer this kind of multi-wall nanotubes. Already we have works about single-wall nanotubes, but they have not been used in our work yet, but because we don't have sufficient quantities of single-wall nanotubes. But in the case of multi-wall nanotubes, we can produce them tens of grams, hundreds of grams, even kilograms, depending on the reactor. So why do we consider using tungsten disulfide nanoparticles for hydrogen storage? Because of their properties, both chemical and physical and mechanical. So they have layered structure and hollow core, so there is some place to store hydrogen that can be intercalated in between the layers or diffuse into the hollow core. It can diffuse through numerous surface defects because the particles are not ideal, their surface is not ideal, there are some defects and pores. They have very high thermal stability in air and in vacuum up to 300 or 1000 degrees. So their surface is quite inert. Very high impact resistance to use first in batteries. Good dispersion, good adhesion to polymers, and which is the most important, that can be synthesized in commercial quantities. We're not the first group who tried to study hydrogen storage. This was first tried about 18 years ago and published by a Chinese group. But that time the problem was that these nanoparticles were available in microgram or milligram quantities, and so the research was not very practical because of inavailability of the material. So they discontinued until we resumed it about 10 years later. So first we started with exposure of our nanoparticles to high pressure hydrogen at either room and high temperature. The first results were quite modest. We obtained very, very low weight percent of hydrogen in our materials, and high temperature was even worse than room temperature, both in the case of Fullerene-like nanoparticles, both in the case of nanotubes. But just pay attention that this very low weight percent does not mean low atomic percent, because molecular weight of tungsten disulfide is 248 grams per mole, and hydrogen is just 2 grams per mole, so we should multiply this by 124 to have atomic percent. After this preliminary work, we used various methods of hydrogen adsorption, which I will show you in details later. So we had low temperature hydrogen at the temperatures of liquid nitrogen and dry ice. We activated hydrogen by radio frequency and microwave plasma. In this case, we obtained much better results, going to more than 1 weight percent, 1.2, even 4 weight percent in our latest results, which again means huge atomic percent. But before going into these experimental details, I will go back to the modeling. Fortunately, this modeling was performed after our experiment and not before, because the first results were quite discouraging. So the modeling was not performed by us, but our colleagues from Spain, from Valladolid and Madrid universities, Jose Ignacio Martinez and Julio Alonso, who are specialists in modeling of hydrogen in nanoparticles. So they assisted us to model both the fullerene-like nanoparticles as flat surface or different types of nanotubes. And the modeling results were in excellent agreement with the experiment. For example, in the case of interlayer distance, the differences between theory and experiment is between 6.13 angstrom and 6.22 angstrom in between the layers. So it means nearly that the results are quite exact. And then we modeled different types of hydrogen interaction with these nanoparticles. So first it was adsorption on the very surface, so physisorption. We calculated the adsorption energies and interlayer distances and their dependence on the hydrogen coverage in monolayers, going from 1 hydrogen molecule per 1 tungsten atom until we have full monolayer. And then we have that the adsorption energy is positive, which means that the adsorption is favorable. We don't need to spend energy for the physisorption. And this is quite good, but the problem that if it's only surface absorption, then the weight percent would be just 0.02 weight percent, which is about 2 orders of magnitude less than we obtained experimentally. I will go in details how to relate these amounts, but there was one very interesting observation that when we have hydrogen adsorption on the very surface, we have some increase in the interlayer distance from 6.13 to 6.21 angstroms between the following layers. It means something which is not very significant, but I will show you in a minute that this is very important and will save us a lot of energy for hydrogen intercalation. Another point that we checked is surface absorption of hydrogen in more than one monolayer. So either we have 2 or even 3 monolayers. And again, the absorption energy is positive, so it means that hydrogen can be absorbed in even 2 or 3 layers. So we have more weight percent, but yet not enough. So what's about the hydrogen intercalation in between the layers? This was quite discouraging, because when we calculated the intercalation energy, then it was negative. It means that the intercalation of hydrogen is very unfavorable. But if you look on this transmission electron microscopy image, you see that there is some very significant increase in the interlayer distance, exactly according to these values. That it means even it is not favorable energetically, it could exist. And also pay attention that this increase in the energy, we already paid for it when adsorbing hydrogen on the very surface. So we need just a very small increase in the energy. So presence of the species on the very surface may be very efficient for further intercalation. We also considered diffusion of molecular hydrogen. This is because we have some temperature effect on the adsorption. For example, in some intermediate temperatures of -70 degrees, it was the peak in the hydrogen concentration as compared to room temperature and to liquid nitrogen temperature. And this is related to very low adsorption barrier, activation barrier for diffusion from one point of view. So we need some temperature increase to initiate diffuse of hydrogen. But if we increase it too much, then there is a desorption. So we have to play in between. Okay, what's about chemisorption of atomic hydrogen? So I talked before about molecular hydrogen. What's about atomic hydrogen? From the first point of view, it is very favorable because we have very high, not very high, but at least positive adsorption energy. The only problem that if you try to find a bottle of atomic hydrogen, you will not find. You need to dissociate hydrogen molecules to have atomic hydrogen. And for this, you need 4.52 electron volts. So if you compare this value with this one, you see that in total, it is very unfavorable. Even if you have some reduction of this required energy because of surface, 3.8 instead of 4.5, again, so hydrogen chemisorption by its spontaneous dissociation is very unlikely to take place. Intercalation of atomic hydrogen between planar layers, again, it is a very favorable process. The intercalation energy is very positively high, but you should have this atomic hydrogen from somewhere because for dissociation you have to pay much more. On the other hand, in the case of nanotubes, there is another process which can take place, and there is a much more efficient route, which is if you already have hydrogen molecules intercalated in between the layers, it is not simple, but it could take place, then there can be spontaneous dissociation of these molecules and then chemisorption of hydrogen. From the energetic point of view, which is much more probable than in the previous cases. Okay, so if atomic hydrogen is much more effective, probably we have some way to produce it. So it can be generally done by either plasma hydrogenation, which is our primary process, by the radio frequency plasma, microwave plasma, or by atomizer, but it is not very practical because it requires ultra-high vacuum system and very, very low gas flux. The problem with plasma that we should perform this process at the pressure which is lower than atmospheric, and also we have to avoid plasma heating. So we use the plasma machines in our laboratories, in the plasma laboratory upstairs from my lab. And there we have two plasma sources. We use this one, where we perform the process at about 1 torr, and at the conditions of cold plasma. So heating of the sample was not more than 10 to 15 degrees above the room temperature. So we calculated the required condition using this primary school kinetic theory of gases to have optimal conditions for enough power and a good coupling of the power to gas and to have large flux of atoms. So we used about 400 watts of plasma, and the temperature increase, as I have just told, was very, very small. So we did not initiate any desorption by the plasma itself. We also controlled the hydrogen adsorption in situ. When we completed the process, to verify that the process was efficient, we heated the chamber and recorded the pressure increase. And because we normalized it to empty chamber, then all pressure increase is due to hydrogen or even deuterium. Sometimes we use deuterium instead of hydrogen to be sure that what we have as desorption is gas from our process. And we see that there is some hydrogen desorbs at very low temperature, above the room temperature, but it is mostly stable, even up to 200 and more degrees of centigrade, having a peak at about 70 to 80 degrees. We controlled this by thermogravimetry analysis, which shows that the decrease in hydrogen mainly starts about 80 degrees. And also in such a way we calculated the weight percent of hydrogen by different process. In the case of plasma, microwave plasma, or radio frequency plasma, we obtained up to 0.9 weight% of hydrogen, which is quite good results. Then we investigated the configuration, experimentally investigating the configuration of adsorbed hydrogen. For this purpose, we used micro Raman. In micro Raman, we concentrated on the region which is characteristic to hydrogen stretch in the molecule. It is very difficult, by the way, to measure in this region, both because of fluorescence and background and because of very low cross-section of hydrogen. But if we compare the hydrogenated sample to reference non-hydrogenated sample and then to heated sample, in heated sample hydrogen desorbs, then we observe this small feature, this small peak first appearing and then disappearing, and it is referred to stretching mode in hydrogen molecule. What is more important is what is absent in this Raman, namely in another region that I am not showing you, that we don't have any hydrogen HS hydrogen sulfur bonds, which means that indeed we have physisorption of hydrogen and not chemisorption. Similar results were obtained for deuterium, just to be sure that the results are related to hydrogenated process and not to some residual hydrogen from the synthesis. And so this is so in such a way we proved that there is hydrogen or deuterium adsorption and its chemical configuration is physisorption. So how can we relate this relatively high experimental concentration of molecular hydrogen to low values predicted by the theory? So first of all, we have some increase in the interlayer distance because of hydrogen physisorption, and then it opens a gate to energetically unfavorable intercalation. And it means also that the presence of adsorbates on the top layer facilitate the intercalation of species between the layers. Another mechanism is that hydrogen ions and electrons in plasma, they interact with tungsten disulfide nanoparticle. They modify existing defects and then produce new defects and pores, and so contribute to hydrogen binding, diffusion, and high stability. This is the part of our ongoing research. We are now initiated some research with a group in Romania, in Timișoara University, who are specialists in plasma-related chemical calculations, and so we are now working to clarify this mechanism. I will not go through this. This is just proof of our micro-Raman spectrum that the peak that we observed is related to hydrogen. We also modeled it by density functional theory, and the differences are very, very small, and they are related to low coverage of hydrogen as compared to full monolayer. So it is quite clear that our observed results are indeed verified both by theory and experiment. And now I come to conclusions. So various hydrogenation methods allow to achieve different concentration of adsorbed hydrogen, which means that we have to use either low temperatures and plasma activation to significantly enhance hydrogen adsorption rate. We observed mainly physisorption. We calculated different types of hydrogen adsorption and intercalation. Some processes are more favorable, some processes are less favorable, some are exothermic and some are endothermic. If we have already some atomic hydrogen, then it will increase very significantly the concentration of hydrogen both by intercalation and adsorption. And so we have to work more and more to understand this mechanism. And there are some future experiments that some of them were already started to work with single wall nanotubes to optimize the processing temperature. And we We wish to use also tip-enhanced Raman spectroscopy, which is very sensitive to local chemical structure in a single nanoparticle, unlike micro-Raman that we used previously. Okay, there are some funding agencies, and this work, there were a lot of many collaborators from different countries. Unfortunately, during the recent years, because of this COVID pandemic, some of these contacts were less active. So work with different laboratories in our institution. Synthesis and plasma laboratory calculations were performed in Spain, while several types of microscopy and preliminary micro-Raman was performed in Romania, in Turkey, and in South Korea, who assisted us with high-pressure hydrogen exposure. So this is what I wanted to tell you, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And maybe we have a question in the hall? Yes, we have a couple of questions.
Excuse me my stupidity, but anyway, I represent Joint Department of Electrochemical Energy Systems, and this means that hydrogen problems are not far from me.
True.
Would you please compare the benefits of traditional methods, I mean accumulation of hydrogen in metals and other stuff, with the method you are speaking about? What are benefits, and how far you are from implementation? Why I ask this question? You already told us that the ratio of masses in the case of you are working with tungsten oxide, tungsten sulfate, and hydrogen. This is incomparable.
Sure.
And so please explain.
I understand your point. So first, I will start from the last question. We're working with tungsten disulfide, but there is another type of materials where the ratio is much smaller. It's molybdenum disulfide. The issue that we are working with tungsten disulfide and not with molybdenum is that it is cheaper, and we have plenty of the materials we have. In fact, not limited in our laboratories, but the chemistry should be the same. So if we do the same work, and we did some experiments with molybdenum disulfide, and the results are about the same. So in this case, the mass ratio is much lower. Then I come to a major point: the efficiency. So we're not industry people, so our idea was not to present some product, but the problem with traditional material that you say is, for example, metals. First of all, sometimes there are toxicity. If you are working with, let's say, palladium, there is some toxicity.
It's very expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive. So you work with also the release of hydrogen is less controlled in some cases. I'm not specialist in technical issues of batteries, but as far as I know, there are a lot of problems with safety in this type of materials. In the case of nanotubes, then these nanotubes are very inert. As we proved by desorption experiment, you may control the release of hydrogen. So I'm very far from saying that we have already a battery, but also this hydrogen could be a very simple model for other materials, because there are a lot of works on functionalization of this type of nanoparticles for different applications. For example, for electronics, for optics, and so on. One of our group members just published a couple of papers in Nature concerning their applications in photosensors. But in that case, you have quite complicated systems. You have to use different atoms, for example, ion implantation. And it's very difficult to model them. In the case of hydrogen, the hydrogen interaction, the modeling, as you have just seen, is very simple, of course, for specialists, for people who know how to do this, not us, the group in Spain. And in this case, we see that when we have some physisorption, for example, of hydrogen, we nearly open the gate, we open the spaces in between the layers to put in other species. We already started some work, for example, with gallium implantation for a different purpose. I will not go through this, but in this case, hydrogen is not used as the energy storage materials, but as a precursor for functionalization, as the first step in modifying this kind of nanotubes to introduce the material for improving, for example, their semiconducting properties. By the way, I did not told that these nanotubes they are semiconductors. They have semiconducting properties. Nanotubes and both nanoparticles. So again, coming to your point, how far we from implementation? Very far. But now we understand the process. We understand several points. How can we improve the process? Which ways we have abandoned, and which way we have to promote? So we are going to the plasma process. We are going to cold plasma process, and to modify the parameters. And then I'm not sure that we will produce the battery from this particular compound, but this will surely contribute to understanding of hydrogen interaction with other types of nanoparticles and nanomaterials.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, for your answer. We have one more question. Yes, please.
Thanks. I have a very short question about your main conclusion, that there is a interlayer distance change. Does it mean it change concerns only nanoparticle, like onions, or you can say that it also connected with nanotubes materials?
Yeah,
what about this change?
I just small correction. It is not the main. It's not the main conclusion. It's one of the conclusions that when we have hydrogen adsorption on the very surface, indeed the interlayer distance increases from 613 to 621 or so, both between the first and the second and the third and the fourth layer. Then we did not promote the calculations further. And answering the question, yes, it is both for
onions and nanotubes.
Yeah. Maybe there are small differences, but the answer is certainly yes.
Thank you.
So thanks again to you, Professor Alex. And I would like to ask the next speaker, Professor Sergei Koloktivo from Ukraine. So Sergei Koloktivo, Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to make presentation here and to show some of our results. The results which I show were made in the collaboration of several teams. It's a team from Ostrozhevsky Institute of Physical Chemistry, from UNAMIN, from Institute of Organic Chemistry, and from Kyiv University Institute of High Technologies. Hydrogenation of aromatic heterocyclic compounds is a very important process, and in many cases this is the most convenient synthetic route to saturated heterocyclic compounds, which are widely used in organic synthesis, in preparation of active pharmaceutical ingredients, in agrochemistry, and in small scale and large scale organic chemical production. There are several problems associated with hydrogenation, or problems in the field of hydrogenation. It's a problem of low activity of the catalyst. In some cases, for hydrogenation of heterocycles, we need the catalyst which has very high activity. But in some cases, very high activity is also a problem. For example, if you perform hydrogenation of TFN, you have a cleavage, usually you have a cleavage of this ring and formation of butane and hydrogen disulfide. So the activity of the catalyst should be controlled. There are several demands to the catalysts for hydrogenation. It's a high activity and high selectivity. It's a reproducibility of performance. It's as well important as the high activity. For example, it's a very common case when the chemist makes hydrogenation, he makes some probe reaction for half a gram and he gets excellent results. And for example, he needs hydrogenation of one group in the presence of another group. When he performs the same hydrogenation for 1 kilogram, he has reduction of all groups, but he needed reduction of only one group. So very high activity is worse than unpredictable activity. It's also stability in reaction medium and minimal contamination of the reaction medium by the products. This is the demands of European Agency for the content of heavy metals in active pharmaceutical ingredients. Normally it should be 10 in -5 power and even less. And of course low price. So in this presentation I would like to show some results directed on increase of activity of platinum and palladium-based catalysts, and results directed on the change or replacement of these noble metals by another metals. The advantages of catalysts based on platinum group metals are high activity and high selectivity, and this selectivity is usually based on the mechanism of reaction, which is predictable. So we understand the mechanism of reduction very well, or sufficiently well, and we can predict the results. But the lags is a high price, which is very important at a large scale production, and toxicity of platinum metals and contamination of the products. So these lags can be solved by several ways. It can be decrease of platinum group metal content in the catalyst, or it can be replacement of this metal by 3D metal or by other element. I would like to show you 4 case studies in this presentation. It's a development of new catalysts based on palladium with lower palladium content. And we tried to replace palladium by nickel and replace the palladium by cobalt or nickel in composites with carbonier species. And we also tried to change palladium into rhenium 5D metals, and we got quite unexpected, but I would say interesting results. So the first part of my presentation is a replacement of palladium. Oh, sorry, not replacement. It's a decrease of palladium content in the catalyst. The majority of reactions which I shown today, it will be reactions of quinoline hydrogenation. This hydrogenation leads normally to formation of 1, 2, 3, 4 tetrahydroquinoline. In some cases, we found formation of a byproduct. It's N-methyl tetrahydroquinoline. The product forms due to alkylation of tetrahydroquinoline by methanol, which is solvent. We can perform hydrogenation at hydrogen pressures up to 150 atmospheres, at temperatures up to 150 Celsius degrees, in theory up to 200 Celsius degrees, at pressure 150 atmospheres for, I would say, unlimited period of time, normally up to 24 hours. And this reaction can be used as a test reaction, as a benchmark for evaluation of activity of the catalyst. I would also like to know that introduction of any substituents, both donor substituents, acceptor substituents into quinoline rings, leads to very significant decrease of activity of the substrate and decrease of the yields of the hydrogenation products. So the first study, the first part is a reduction of palladium content in the catalysts. We found the method for deposition of palladium particles on the charcoal, and as a result of this method, we could get palladium catalysts which contain dispersed palladium. Unexpectedly, we found by various methods that the catalyst contained particles with size about 20 nanometers, but the catalyst had very high activity. Just to be sure that the particles are so large, about 20 nanometers, we performed chemist option of carbon monoxide, and we evaluated the particle size from the results of chemist option. So chemist option showed that the mean diameter of palladium particles was about 3.5 nanometers. And those particles, of those larger particles which were observed by TEM and TIM, CIM, and powder X-ray diffraction, probably it's some mixture of larger particles. Our conclusion is that the catalyst contains small particles along with some quantity of larger, about 20 small 2, 3, 4 nanometer particles, along with some portion of larger, say 20 nanometers palladium nanoparticles. Here are the results of hydrogenation of quinoline. Almost all these results were were obtained in the same conditions. It's a temperature 50 Celsius degrees and hydrogen pressure 30 atmospheres. It's moderately, I would say, harsh conditions, closer to mild than to harsh. And the second column is the ratio of quantity of palladium to ratio of quinoline. So I will start from the second second block. These are typical catalysts from STREM and from BASF. And at this loading is this quantity ratio of palladium to substrate. In the same conditions, the yield of quinoline is between 15 and 75%. So we specially found conditions where the quantity of catalysts is not enough to perform complete hydrogenation of quinoline. Because if you have complete hydrogenation, you cannot compare the activity of the catalyst. Our catalyst in these conditions gives up to quantitative yield of quinoline. It's 99%. And when we decrease the quantity of the catalyst 5 times compared to this ratio, we got 87% of hydrogenation. So we can conclude that our palladium in our catalyst is about 10 times more active compared to the best commercial result. I would like to say that we have one of the best catalysts in the world for hydrogenation of quinoline. And this block, it's a catalyst which were prepared by us by classical procedures, by well-known procedures, how to prepare catalysts. If you take a textbook or some review, you'll find different recipes. And all these catalysts get, in these conditions, got the yield of quinoline from 10, I would say, to 80%. But it's a problem of scale up. So what I said, it worked very well when we prepared 10 grams of the catalyst. And if you want to prepare 1 kilogram of the catalyst, it doesn't work as well. For coordination compounds, not for composites, but for coordination compounds, we solved the problem of large-scale synthesis of the catalyst. Recently, this year, we published a paper of synthesis of 100 grams of Buchmann catalyst palladium-based complexes for CC coupling. And in this case, the coordination compounds are deposited in equilibrium conditions, and if it falls down from the reaction mixture, it means that it falls down. But the heterogeneous catalyst, it forms in non-equilibrium conditions. And when we go from 10 grams to more than 100 grams, we get worse result. There are some examples of the catalyst which was prepared in the scale of 100 grams. So we prepared one batch of 100 grams. In fact, we prepared about 15 batches of 100 grams, but this is the results of study of one of them. And we took several portions of the catalyst from the same batch. All these portions contain approximately the same quantity of palladium, about 1%. They had similar size of palladium particles, but the yield of quinoline for these batches varied from 0 to 83% in more than 30 experiments with hydrogenation. But when we doubled the quantity of all reagents, so ratio of palladium to quinoline was the same, but we just doubled the quantity of the catalyst and the quantity of quinoline, we got almost a quantitative yield in more than 20 experiments. More than, I've read 10, but it was more than 20 experiments in the synthesis. So we can conclude that when we try to scale up the production of this catalyst, we cannot achieve ideal homogeneity of this catalyst. Probably the reason is that we cannot heat the reaction mixture with the same efficiency, with the same rate in a large volume compared to the small volume. Brief conclusion from this first part: we have the catalyst which activity is superior to the majority of commercial analogs, and we can prepare it in batches about 100 grams in one batch. And this catalyst ensures about 10 times economy of palladium, which can be very important for large-scale hydrogenation. But development of the active catalyst in kilogram scale is still a challenging task. In another part of my report, I would like to present the results on the replacement of palladium into nickel. And to prepare this catalyst, we applied quite non-typical procedure. So we used porous coordination polymer. It's a polymer of MEAL101. It's a coordination compound of chromium. It's like a molecular sieve. And the feature of this compound is a very hydrophilic. So we suspended in hydrophobic solvent in heptane, and we added a solution of nickel chloride in water. And the volume of the solution was equal to the volume of pores of the matrix which we added. So almost all solution was absorbed by the pores of this hydrophilic matrix. And we suppose that all nickel chloride was located inside the pores due to absorption of solution by hydrophilic matrix. We reduced nickel chloride by sodium borohydride, and we made this reduction in situ in order to avoid contact of nickel nanoparticles or nickel borate nanoparticles with air. So when we use this catalyst, we charge this pre-catalyst is nickel chloride inside of the porous matrix. We charge the reducer, and we pressurize the autoclave with hydrogen, so we completely exclude contact with air. Then we perform hydrogenation at pressures up to 50 atmospheres and temperature from 50 to 150 Celsius degrees. The catalyst which formed in the reaction mixture, so the sample after hydrogenation, it's a compound which contains probably nickel borate particles, contains dense particles with size about 20 nanometers. They are completely amorphous. This is electron diffraction pattern, and it's X-ray diffraction pattern. This is a reflection of porous matrix. So reduction leads to formation of nickel borate particles. The largest of them are of size about 20 nanometers. These particles can be located inside pores, but I suppose truly that some of nickel chloride escaped from pores and it formed larger nanoparticles outside pores. Nevertheless, the compound works, the catalyst worked, and at 150 Celsius degrees at 50 atmospheres, its use led to complete conversion of quinoline, formation of 93% of tetrahydroquinoline and about 7% of N-methyl agent. It's interesting to compare the activity of this composite with well-known Rene nickel. So Rene nickel, in very similar conditions, lead to formation of a mixture of compounds. The title compound, 75%, compound with hydrogenated carbonious ring, it's about 10%, and 10% a compound of complete hydrogenation of quinoline. In this table, I can show some data for comparison of the activity of our composite with palladium-based systems. Here they are. It's a palladium composite prepared by the same method, by impregnation of hydrophilic MyL coordination polymers with water solution of palladium chloride, and with some other compounds. So the main conclusion, of course, nickel is less active than palladium. Activity of nickel is lower than activity of palladium in this case, in about 10 times. But use of our nickel-containing composite allows to perform almost complete hydrogenation of quinoline. And this catalyst can be recommended as a substitution for platinum group metals. Main conclusion that we have the compound, this composite is stable on air. It can be used for hydrogenation, it can be used for large-scale hydrogenation, for routine processes. And also it was very active in debenzylation, but it's another story. I won't tell about this now. The next part, I would like to tell about our results on substitution of palladium by nickel or cobalt. Cobalt, first of all, in composites with carbonious particles. We performed pyrolysis of a series of coordination compounds. It's a cobalt complexes with ligands which are shown here. It's a melamine, phenanthroline, or diaminobenzene. These compounds contain quite large quantity of carbon, and important, they contain nitrogen. So pyrolysis of these coordination compounds leads to formation of composites. So black powders like here. We prepared 20 composites and started their catalytic activity. So generally, these composites contain metallic cobalt. We see only X-ray powder diffraction. In X-ray powder diffraction, we see only reflections of metallic cobalt. And we see dense particles of size between 10 and 30 nanometers, which we assigned to metallic cobalt. We tried to correlate the yield in hydrogenation of quinoline with different parameters of these composites. So it's a content of carbon, content of nitrogen, content of cobalt, ratio of nitrogen and carbon content. And we found that there is no correlation at all. The yield in hydrogenation varies from 0 to 100%, and it does not correlate with any of these parameters. We also try to correlate the catalytic activity or the yield of tetrahydroquinoline with parameters of Raman spectra. It's a ratio of two bands which are mostly responsible for quantity of defects in graphene-like species, and a ratio of two bands which is mostly responsible to the thickness of graphene particle. And again, we found no correlation. So the properties of graphene component does not correlate with activity of these composites. About this, I would like to make a step to a side, some methodological note, because if we have low quantity of points, we can make wrong conclusions about the dependency of Raman spectra parameter and activity of composites. For example, if we select these points which are in blue circle, we can say that yield should decrease with increase of the ratio of the signals. If we take into account these points, we make opposite conclusion. If we consider only these points, we will say the yield does not depend on the properties of graphene. In fact, when we have all these points, we say that there is no correlation at all. And also, we studied some representative samples by XPS, and we deconvoluted XPS signals of cobalt, and also for nitrogen don't show here, for cobalt into components which can be responsible to several active sites. And we also tried to find the quantity of cobalt and other metals on the surface. This deconvolution get the quantity, the contribution of metallic cobalt, or signal which can be assigned to metallic cobalt, of cobalt 2 in oxide and cobalt 2 in salts, or in cobalt N, the so-called cobalt N active sites. And again, there is no correlation between the activity and quantity of cobalt on the surface, not overall quantity, but the quantity on the surface, and the contribution of different active sites. So finally, we prepared about 20 composites, and among these compounds, we found those which were very active, and those compounds which were very active we used for hydrogenation. We tried 3 protocols for hydrogenation. The reaction scheme you can see here, it's just hydrogenation of quinoline. The first protocol, it's temperature 100 Celsius degrees, 100 atmospheres, methanol 24 hours, 1 molar% of the catalyst. In the second protocol, we increased temperature to 150 Celsius degrees. I would say that increase of temperature is not very beneficial for hydrogenation, because when we increase temperature, we always lose selectivity. To get better selectivity, we have to decrease temperature and to increase pressure. But we didn't want to increase pressure because many chemists who work in organic synthesis, they don't like to work with hydrogen pressure more than 500 atmospheres. When we press them to work at 100 atmospheres, they say, okay, but not more than 100 atmospheres. So in the third protocol, we left the same temperature, 100 Celsius degrees, 100 atmospheres, but we increased the quantity of the catalyst to 3 molar%. For quinoline, we can get tetrahydroquinoline with a scale 100 grams in one batch. So using our composites, we prepare 100 grams of tetrahydroquinoline in one synthesis. For 2-methylquinoline, 3-methylquinoline, 4-methylquinoline, we found conditions. When we got 99%, it's protocol B 90%, or in this case only 54% of the hydrogenation product. And for selected examples of these quinolines, we performed preparative hydrogenation. For example, this 2-methylquinoline were prepared in 20 grams scale from one lot, of course. Here are a table which contains another isomers. This isomers contains methyl group in carbocyclic rings. For all these cases, we found conditions to make a complete hydrogenation. And this compound were prepared in 20 gram scale. And for another substituents like strong donors, methoxy in pyridine ring, methoxy in carbocyclic ring, we also found conditions for complete hydrogenation performed then in 18 gram and 15 gram scales. For carboxy group, it's a stronoceptine carbocyclic ring. We found conditions to make it hydrogenation with 100% yield. I would say this is success, because usually electron-accepting substituents very severely decrease activity of the hydrocycle. So we did the hydrogenation, and I would say it's successful. For electron-accepting substituent in pyridine ring, we did not manage to perform hydrogenation at all. So in this case, it doesn't work. When we tried to use these composites to perform hydrogenation of quinoline containing halogens, like bromine or chlorine, in all cases we had dehalogenation. So these composites, they allow to perform hydrogenation of quinoline, but with loss of halogen function. Just a note, the palladium composite, which I showed on the first slide, it allowed to perform hydrogenation of heterocycles, which contain carbon Cl bond. And chlorine could be preserved in this case. But for these composites, it doesn't work with halogens. The main conclusion here, we can propose cobalt carbonious composites, which are a good alternative to palladium-containing catalysts for routine, for large-scale hydrogenation, for hydrogenation up to kilogram scale. And they work quite well, but they are not suitable for compounds which contain sensitive groups like halogens. And finally, in the last part of my talk, I would like to show some results on the substitution of palladium into rhenium. So we prepared a catalyst, a composite, which contained rhenium sulfide, rhenium-2s7, 5% of rhenium-2s7. It's an X-ray amorphous compound. It's a layered compound which doesn't have, which is not ordered, and it doesn't have diffraction. This composite is built from small rhenium-2s7 particles, which are randomly assembled on the surface of charcoal, of carbon, of some amorphous material. Rhenium-2s7 particles are located mostly inside pores. We can make conclusion from the comparison of the isothermal absorption. So all characteristics, specific surface, pores volume, and so on, they decrease upon loading of the charcoal with rhenium sulfide. And the properties of these composites in hydrogenation, they are very outstanding. So first, we can perform hydrogenation of the majority of quinolines, which you can see here, with the yield about quantitative, very close to quantitative. We can perform hydrogenation of bromo-containing quinolines, preserving bromine atom in the compound. So we save the bond CBr after hydrogenation. We can prepare bromo-substituted tetrahydroquinolines upon hydrogenation, and it's a very non-trivial result. But the most surprising was when we tried to perform hydrogenation of iodo compounds, of iodo quinolines. We could prepare these quinolines with a rather high yield, about 50%, preserving C-iodine bond in the compound. And for 5-iodo 1, 2, 3, 4 tetrahydroquinoline, we performed preparative synthesis of 1.5 grams. We proposed this hydrogen compound. We characterized it by all methods, and it's on stock. It's a bottle of compound which was performed upon hydrogenation with preservation of carbon-iodine bond. So the main conclusion, we can propose rhenium sulfide is a good alternative for palladium composites for hydrogenation because of high activity and lower price. Its price is lower, even taking into account that we have to use more percentage of these composites compared to palladium. And this composite, it allows to preserve CBr and CI bonds in carbocyclic rings upon hydrogenation. One more slide I would like to show you. We have several proposals for collaboration. We are looking for partners for collaboration. We believe that the composites developed in our studies and shown, which I showed in my presentation, can be useful, can be active for hydrogenation of another compounds. And we can perform hydrogenation of your compounds at different conditions. We can perform hydrogenation at pressure up to 150 atmospheres, and temperature up to 150 Celsius degrees with control by any NMR, 1D, 2D, COSY, NOSY, ROSY. We can do everything. Control with GCMS on LCMS, and we can do experiments to evaluate activity of our composites and hydrogenation of your compounds, or to test your composites and hydrogenation of our compounds. We are also very interested in the studies of catalytic activity of nanosystems, especially of the nanosystem which contain well-characterized particles. For example, a series of nickel particles or cobalt particles or maybe other particles. We are very interested in detailed studies of the catalytic activity of new materials in using a wide range of various substrates. We can propose up to 30,000 substrates for these tests. And we are very interested in testing of our catalysts in your reactions. Thank you very much for your attention.
many thanks for you, Professor Michael, and maybe we have questions in the hall. There is no question for now. If they will appear, feel free to contact each other on the coffee break or by the mail. And now I would like to ask our next speaker. It will be Professor Dominik Legat from Czech Republic to join our conference. Dominik.
Okay, I can unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Perfect. So, thank you once again, and I will share the screen. So let's say, no, this is not good. I need this PDF file, this one. Let's share. I can see it. Here we go. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
All right. All right. So thank you very much, all the organizers, and then you just remind me to come to this. So my name is Dominik Legut from the Czech Republic, from University Technical University Ostrava or University. Check something about the lattice dynamics and tremor order of the Weber transition. The major calculations which were done for this and following studies were done with me, by myself, and Przemysław Piekarz from Polish Academy of Sciences in Krakow. Measurement and understanding this Weber transition, which is here almost here already for a century, so including the MIT and others. But it took actually one of the largest calculations I was involved in. And here in Ostrava, you can see that the location of Ostrava is about 380 kilometers from Prague. Maybe even the same distance to Lvov, which is somewhere here, right? Katowice, Krakow as a closest airport for us. To be built in 2012. So this upper picture, this is a total of 3,000 cores, which was outside without the building in a container. When we started, and I came from abroad to Ostrava, then we erected this building 1.5 years later, and we actually introduced a supercomputer on this left middle row, which was called Salamon in 2015. And it has about 24,000 cores and was the fastest supercomputer in the world. And this is more powerful. This is now there are people using this GPU graphical accelerators card, so from NVIDIA. So this machine has an output basically like 1/4 of this big Barbara cluster here. And the last week we actually introduced a Carolina, which is again a computer which is in the top, the non-accelerated ones, and we are able to treat structures over concerning density function theory. I would say that coming actually about 2,000 atoms, and concerning the molecular dynamics, several millions of atoms actually nowadays. So this is what we have and what was calculated. So let me introduce the group. So I am leading a small DFT and molecular dynamics group. Energy storage for thermal conductivity of the nuclear fuse, but also the same procedure is to be used for the design of thermoelectrics. So we are able to calculate the thermal conductivity from phonons and electrons and analyze how the energy is transferred in material. Magnesium, so from a DFT electronic structure method to atomistic spin dynamics and even including finite element codes to calculate the magnetoelasticity and magnetostriction coefficients. We have a cooperation with the Institute of Plasma in Prague, doing actually first of all application for fusion reactors, and this is done basically by the Dr. Andrzej Kadzieława, who came to us from Jagiellonian University. So he's also developing some of the program for magnetism. That is then we have Dr. Sergio Arapman, who is expert in the very large, actually, molecular dynamic simulations and linear scaling methods. So we also have a code which we develop, or he develops a code which can do almost on the same accuracy of DFT, but it can actually handle up to 100,000 atoms. But it is a heavy development together with Japan, with the supercomputer K2, maybe you heard of. This was one of the fastest supercomputers in the world in the last decade. And lastly but not least, the junior scientist from Charles University, Jakub Sebesta, joined us to become he's expert in chemical and magnetic disorder, and we didn't have this capability to do before, so we can actually design not only high entropy alloys but also permanent magnets in disordered systems. All right, so that was about what we are doing, what are the topics, and here in Ostrava. And now I would like to take attention about this magnetite, which is actually to explain the Verwey transition. The scientists already tried for basically more than almost a century. And this was one of the first paper actually which was showing magnetic susceptibility of this magnetite as a function of temperature. And one can see from TC basically the going down, and then there is a peak about 125K, actually here it is in Celsius. And also there was a drop in conductivity, and that was called it was metal insulated transition, and it was called that this is actually a Verwey transition. And already at that time, Verwey suggested that this has to be done with the order of different irons at tetrahedral and octahedral positions. The tetrahedral positions, they have basically the same valency. Whenever at the octahedral positions, one has 2 types of irons, one with the F plus and one with the 3 plus. So sometimes this B position is called as 2.5 plus. And basically these charge fluctuations were seen, they are responsive to Verwey transition. The same. And it is true that basically, so the room temperature, this is a cubic structure, FD3M, so the classical cubic structure basically. Whenever under the Verwey transition, we came that the lowest energy, actually the most stable, is something which is called monoclinic CC structure, which is even more complicated. You see that the cell is actually here containing much more atoms than these ones. And this one is even more complicated than P2C, which is also monoclinic structure, which is used as a simple model of it. So what is the ordering about? The major part which plays there is so-called trimerons. So trimeron is a quasi-particle, which is actually a particle in the structure of the charge density composed of these 3 irons. When in the middle there is this iron 2 plus, when at the edges actually one has this iron 3 plus, and they have a special actually order in this structure, and some of them they are connected to this iron 2 plus, but not all of the trimerons are connected like this. So of course this has an influence on the lattice dynamics, or how the ions move, and later on actually to the quantities like neutron scattering and so on. But one can compare between the theory or calculations and the experiments. So it is in a brief to see the difference between this iron 3 plus when they have a T2G and EG actually on the one spin channel very below the Fermi level, and one of them above unoccupied. Whenever iron 2 plus on the B sides, you see this T2G are actually already close to the Fermi level. And also this B, you see that this is basically because of different crystal field, it is interchange with E2G. And this actually plays a role in the trimeron fluctuations. So how do they find out, the experimentalists, that there is something actually wrong below this 125K, or so that basically there is changing not only the conductivity, but also there was a large change of the elastic constants, for example, C44, so dramatically basically. So that was also softening, so there was also a confirmation that there have to be a structural change. So if there's C44 elastic constants, that means this is long wave phenomena, which could be actually simulated, or this could be propagated in the lattice dynamics. So what was thought before to calculate lattice vibrations, phonons. So this is the method that it was done. So it was basically used this Barlinsky method. So we optimize the structure. Let's say first we started with the cubic one. Then we calculated the equilibrium, so the forces are zero. Then we displace the atom in different directions with respect to the symmetry, and we calculate basically so-called Feynman forces on the displaced atom, but also on the other atoms this displacement is inducing them. And if we combine all of them, we get a force constants, and we basically get a so-called dynamical matrix out of it. And the dynamical matrix are giving us the frequencies of the vibrations. And if they are positive or real ones, then we know that this structure exists. And of course, if there is a softening of elastic constant, it should be actually visible there. So we should see it actually with respect to another distortion of the lattice or the atoms. All right, so here are the calculations of this, let's say, phonon dispersion curves. And the blue points actually are, here the blue squares are the experimental points. And so this is for the cubic structure, and then one can see that basically the cubic structure gives us that there is no difference between, there is no a gap between acoustic and optical branches, but we know from experiment it should be. So we need to put on some of the charge density, so-called localization, Hubbard U. Not go into the details, but we have to basically change the charge, the iron atoms, and localize it a little bit more, and then we begin. Yeah, at this X point, you see here we have the branching. There is actually difference. Go to the from the cubic to this one. All right, so basically it was from other studies, experimental studies, actually it was shown that the structural fluctuation which are responsible are also actually related to the magnetization and Curie temperature, then the scaling to the Curie temperature. I will not go about the experimental things, but I would like to show you, so this is actually again ab initio calculation. So for FD3M, for the cubic one, as well as P2C structure. And then if you calculate the phonons, so at the gamma point, the frequencies, this vibration of the different modes of the atoms, you can actually according to the group theory or the irreducible representation, you can assign them to the infrared or actually Raman active modes. So these are the red points which can actually then correspond what is in the experiment. So this is one of the things how one can compare the lattice dynamic calculations if they are correct or not, that to this Raman or infrared active actually modes at the gamma point. All right. So there were. So then later on, this again, this is our Raman modes of AG and T2G. So there are a different symmetry of modes. So this is a single symmetry. This is actually 3/4 symmetry, and some of them are clinic phases. All right. So the question was that the lattice dynamics itself only is not responsible for the Verwey transition. There have to be actually so-called trimeron rotation, so different occupation of orbitals. So there is a charge fluctuation plus this lattice dynamics. So there is a fluctuation of these trimerons, and this is basically what is maybe visible better here actually, was is responsible for the transformation from the cubic to the less symmetrical structure at the Verwey transition. And we found out that some of the modes, which are just graphically displayed here of the trimerons, how they go, so that they are responsible because the phonons itself, that was too large actually. Also distortion of the trimeron, just the rotation of the trimeron was too large in energy, but basically squeezing these atoms close to the trimeron, so this iron 3+ together, you know, and then the others from the centrum of this trimeron, that basically gives a barrier of the splitting of this 5 millieV, which was detected basically by some optical experiments at MIT. So this is one of the, let's say, proof that there is this transition from the Verwey transition from the cubic to so-called CC structure, which is over 248 atoms actually structure in the primitive cell actually. All right, and you see that if you compare the partial iron phonon density of states with the inelastic nuclear scattering, that basically this is a very good agreement, I would say. So also these acoustic branches, you know, if you remember the first figure, that these points was always a little bit above or below the lines. So, or the opposite, the lines were not fitted exactly to the experimental points, but now we see that it is much more better. And this was only possible if we calculate the phonons in this CC structure with certain charge localization due to the Hubbard model, and basically then with this distortion, this so-called soft electronic modes. So this was published in the Nature Physics basically last year, so one can read about it a little bit more there. And with that, I would like to conclude. So our DFT study, and this is not the only one, we compared the mean square displacements and behavior basically of this lattice dynamics for this CC structure versus this cubic one and versus this P2C in the paper at PhysRev B 2001, this trimeron phonon coupling in magnetite. And just would like to tell that this low energy mode showing critical softening below this Verwey transition were discovered by these experiments at the MIT and Palm Probe experiments, and we hope that we contributed with our calculation to a little bit understanding this Verwey transition. And the last, I would like to say that we are basically hiring now talented students for PhDs or for postdocs in our group, and more you can see at the web page of our group, MTESG-EU. Thank you for attention.
Many thanks to you, Professor, and maybe we have a question. For now, we have no question in the hall, so we can move forward for our next speaker. Thank you very much again.
And our next speaker will be Oleksiy Shvets from National Academy of Science of Ukraine.
Hello?
Thank you, Dominic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Dear Dominic, many thanks for your presentation. Now we move forward for our next speaker. So, thank you very much, and bye.
Нет, просто если ты вот здесь вот выключаешь, то
Elena, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear me. We already thank you for your presentation. And goodbye. And now move forward in our program.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. See you then.
Yes. So, Mr. Oleksiy Shvets, the floor is yours. Presentation.
It's my Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Oleksiy Shvets. My presentation today about a new class of porous materials, so-called hierarchical zeolites. Sorry.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Okay. As you know, the light widely used for different applications. It's some catalysts or carrier for catalysts, carrier for chromatography. It's absorbents and many other applications. Especially interested that a lot of petrochemical processes catalyzed by zeolite or zeolite containing materials, as well as esterification, condensation, alkylation, acylation, and what is interest also carbon dioxide utilization. For transformation of bulk molecules, as you know, the micropore of zeolites are inaccessible, and for transformation of bulk molecules need to develop specific external surface for better accessibility of axion centered in the surface. There are many ways for development of such external surface. One of these ways is creation, so named hierarchical zeolites. 12 years ago was proposed new method of preparation such hierarchical zeolites. Generally, hierarchical zeolite consists from 2 or 3 levels porosity, and such porous system improve accessibility of reagent to active center of surface. 12 years ago, as I say, was proposed a new method for preparation of hierarchical zeolites. It's so-called Gemini type methods. In these methods, can synthesize different type structure direction agent or template, which consists from 2 parts. It's a hydrophilic part. It's usually quaternary nitrogen atom with some bridge, and hydrophobic part. It's some hydrocarbon tile. Such templates, such molecules in water solution can self-organize and formate some layered or cylindrical micelle, and in the hydrophilic part of this micelle can synthesize, can crystallize some zeolite nanocrystals, and the hydrophobic part of this micelle can stop it growth of crystal in this direction. We prepare more than 50 different molecules which we tested as structure direction agent, and some of these results I can show here. Usually successful organic molecules can be good as structure direction agent for a few reasons. First, it's hydrothermal stability in condition of hydrothermal synthesis. It's optimal solubility and optimal structure, especially its distance between two charged nitrogen. We tested such materials in few reaction mixture with different chemical composition and with introduction of different elements in the reaction mixture. It's boron, aluminum, silicon, and titanium, and other. In the results, we observed formation of 4 different zeolite structures. It's wide and medium porous zeolites with one or more dimensionality of channels: zeolite BM, mordenite, MTW, and MFI. Morphology of nanocrystal such materials are different. Usually it's nanoplate or nanosheets nanocrystals. It's nanorod, or sometimes it's close to spheric nanoparticle. Usually 1 or 2 dimensional of such materials. It's from few up to few dozens of nanometers. Transmission electron microscopy of such materials shows that orientation of channel in such materials can be in axial or planar direction, depending of zeolite structure and depending on morphology of nanocrystal zeolites. We try to propose that some mechanism of influence of zeolite structure and structure of structure direction agent onto morphology of nanocrystal, dimensionality of 2D or 0D or 1D dimensional nanocrystals. This mechanism based on charge density matching between zeolite framework and structure direction agent molecules. If can possible compensation of charge, negative charge of zeolite framework and charge of template, that in this case for all template we can observe formation of nanosheets. If such compensation impossible, that mechanism of templating can change it. It's so-named, so-called capping effect, and in this case we observe formation of nanorod or nanoneedles morphology of crystals. Such materials have a very high general specific surface and very high external specific surface, usually up to 300 meters per gram. Porosity of such materials, porous system consists from 2 types of porosity. It's typical intraparticle intercrystalline zeolite microporosity and interparticle mesoporosity with quite wide distribution of porous size. Of course, hydrogen form of such materials have such zeolite materials in hydrogen form have acidity, and its acidity can be varied depending on chemical composition of crystals, depending into nature of introduced elements, and depending on the type of structure which formed in this condition. There are many methods for measurement of such acidity. For example, it's method which uses some spectral probe with controlling by spectroscopic, for example, infrared spectroscopy method. In this case, we can absorb some basic molecules and spectrally determine concentration and strength of acid center, and also distinguish type of Brensted and Lewis acid centers. There are also other methods, for example, potentiometric titration of suspension of zeolites in water solution. Using this method, we can detect few types of acid centers and determine not only concentration of such acid center, but also measure strength of such acid centers. And using this method, we can say that hierarchical zeolite with different morphology have brushed acid center with different strength, and most strong centers are present in zeolites morganite. For other zeolite, strength of the centers is in series via MFI MTW. Morphology of nanocrystal also influence onto acid strength of acid center of zeolite. Usually, average value of strength of bronzed acid center for nanosheets morphology compared to isostructural analogs with nanorods or nanoparticle morphology, which may be changed in local environment of acid centers, in primarily in decreasing of valence angle of bridging C or H aluminum groups. Reason of this probably it's some more higher flexibility of zeolite framework in case of nanosheets morphology, ultra thin nanosheets morphology. Of course, when we have some acid catalysts with variable acid properties, with variable strength of acid center, we can try to use such materials as catalyst for different acid-base reaction. This reaction can be as industrial or fine chemistry reaction. One of such reaction is dehydration reaction. In this case, it's dehydration of indanols with formation of intent of different morphology. Usually for such reaction need acid center with optimal strength of acid center, and we can see that depending on structure of transformed indanols, we can select optimal acidity, and reason of this is next. When strength of acid center is very low, then it's not this material is not catalytic reaction. When very high, then we can observe formation of other product, for example, product of alkylation, of self-alkylation, polymerization, and other. Usually, there are some very narrow optimal fields of acid centers, which are optimal for each type of products, each type of precursors. Other reaction for which need acid center, very low strength of acid center is Beckmann rearrangement of oxymes. Usually for such reaction, optimal is materials with isomorphic introduction of boron or gallium and creation of acid center with optimal acidity. At introduction of metallic component, for example, nickel and reduction of nickel, we can obtain materials with high productivity and high activity in some isomerization reaction. In this case, we can observe formation very large part of most valuable product, 2,2-dimethylbutane. Reason of such success in very high external surface of such zeolite catalyst. Similarly, if we can create in the light structure some basic centers, that we can promote catalysis of some other reaction. For creation of basic centers, there are a few ways. It can be some ion exchange procedure with introduction of alkali metals. It can be some ensuring of organic group, or using of template containing zeolites with nitrogen, or using of titanosilicate zeolite materials. As we can see, this reaction at pressure of carbon dioxide can be very selective, and in some time we can achieve close to 100 yields of gold products. Other reaction which can catalyze by zeolites with basic acid center is Gualdi reaction. It's formation of amino thiophene with different structure. More details about this data we see in Friday in presentation of our researcher Mikhail Kurmach. But shortly, for transformation of cyclohexanone in corresponding amino thiophene, we can reach also very high yield of primary product with very high selectivity and very high activity, especially for cesium form of zeolites and nanocomposite with magnesium oxide. There are many other fine chemistry reactions which can catalyze such hierarchy of zeolites, especially in case of using of bulk organic molecules which cannot involve in catalytic process in case of typical macroporous zeolites. In this case, developing of external specific surface can allow us to reach very high activity and very high selectivity. These two examples, it's Pechmann condensation and annulation of Haftol. Usually, most active catalyst is zeolites, hydrogen 4 was zeolites beta and zeolite mordenite, with morphology of nanosheets and nanorods and nanoparticles. Main factor which influence in topology of crystalline phase in synthesized hierarchy zeolites, it's C to aluminum ratio, its structure hydrophilic part of organic template molecules, and also pH reaction mixture, as well as nature of hetero elements. Such under condition which favorable for formation zeolite phase, charge balance of template and zeolite framework determines the morphology of zeolite's nanocrystal. And for such hierarchy nanocrystal, for each form of such nanocrystal, active center, which are Bronsted or Lewis acid centers, are very accessible, and such materials possess very high external surface. As a consequence, such materials show very high activity in different catalytic process, as industrial process, as well as fine chemistry process. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for your presentation, and maybe we have a question. If there is no question, we will move forward. Okay, thanks once again. Our next speaker will be Dr. Krzysztof Stepanowicz from Poland. Dr. Krzysztof? Dr. Krzysztof, do you hear us? Dr. Krzysztof, do you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Then please, we welcome you for your speech.
Okay. Let me share my presentation with you. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, good. And I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you. My name is Krzysztof Szczepanowicz, and I'm from the Jerzy Haber Institute of Catalysis and Surface Chemistry, Polish Academy of Sciences in Krakow, in Poland. And the title of my presentation is Polymeric Core Shell Nanoparticles, Preparation, Characterization, and Biomedical Application. Let's start with our motivation. So, as we know, our population is let's say, rapidly aging, and we can observe, let's say, increasing number of various diseases and various serious diseases like cancer, like diseases of circulatory or respiratory system. So, despite of the progress in development of the novel drugs, novel active compounds, or their efficiency in the treatment is unfortunately not satisfactory. And it may be related to the poor absorption and biodistribution of this active substance, as well as adverse reaction of the immune system after systemic application. So nanotechnology creates new perspectives, because formulation in the nano formulation, so we can call it, can possess unique pharmacokinetic and thermodynamic properties that can contribute to higher efficiency in therapeutic action while minimizing, let's say, side effects. So generally, the solution of this problem can be drug delivery system. So here we have a simple scheme with let's say classic therapy, classic approach, and after IV administration, the drug is more or less equally distributed in the body. This drug, let's say, interact with whole body, whole, let's say, organs, tissues, and it's cause sides and sometimes serious side effects. So on the other side, we have a drug delivery system based on the, for example, nanocapsules or nanocarriers. So the nanocarriers should, let's say, protect the drug from the body, protect the body from the drug, but generally nanocarriers should deliver the active substance to the place of the action, to the strictly defined pathologically changed places in a body. So the objective of our works is the development of the novel method of preparing polymeric core shell nanoparticles and the functionalization of this polymeric nanoparticles for, let's say, selected biomedical application. So this objective can be divided into 3 steps. The first one is to develop methods for the formation of polymeric nanoparticles for encapsulation of selected drugs. Then we have a modification for selected biomedical application, and at the end, or finally, biotest of developed system. So let me start with methods of formation of polymeric nanoparticles for encapsulation of selected drugs. So first point is materials. So as we know, among various and numerous pharmaceuticals, some are especially difficult to handle due to, let's say, poor solubility in water-based biofluids. So generally, they are hydrophobic. And this poor solubility in this
bio-based fluids results in poor bioavailability and difficulty in maintaining therapeutic concentration of the drug in the blood, or especially in the place of the action. So generally, we selected hydrophobic drug, and for hydrophobic drug, we need the, let's say, hydrophobic materials for encapsulation. And in our case, we choose three types of let's say, three types of hydrophobic polymers: polycaprolactone, polylactic acid, and polylactic glycolate. And on this slide, we can see the structure of this polymer, PLGA, and also molecular weight of chosen polymers. So how to form nanoparticles or how to encapsulate the active substance in polymeric nanoparticles. So the method which we choose is called spontaneous emulsification solvent evaporation method. So we can say this is a SESE method. The method is, let's say, quite simple. First steps, we have to prepare the oil phase, and the oil phase should contain the selected polymers, selected active substance, and some stabilizers. And this oil phase is added to the water phase when the self-emulsification occurs. And after preparation of the oil in water nanoemulsion, the organic solvent is evaporated from the suspension, and finally we have a suspension of our, let's say, biopolymeric nanoparticles. So here we have a, let's say, a simple characterization of such system. We have three types of polymers: PCl, PLL, and PLGA. We have a size distribution of our nanoparticles, polymeric nanoparticles, measured by dynamic light scattering. We can see that the size is, let's say, around 100 nanometers. And here we have a nice visualization by the cryosem method. Also, we can see the nice particles in 100 nanometers in size. So also we test the long-term stability of our system, and we measure size and size distribution after 4 months of storage. And as we can see, the size and size distribution is more or less similar, or more or less the same like just after preparation. So we can conclude that we have a stable polymeric nanoparticle. So encapsulation of the drug. As a model substance, model compound, we choose the coumarin-6. It's fluorescent dye, and it is our, let's say, model hydrophobic drug. So here in the table, we have numbers with final concentration of the active substance in our nano suspension, and also encapsulation efficiency, which is very high, but it is after, let's say, optimization. On the right here, we can see, let's say, basic proof of the concept. We have two beakers. This one is with nanoparticles, let's say empty nanoparticles, PCl nanoparticles, and this one is with loaded with coumarin-6. So we can see the difference, and also this difference can be seen on fluorescent emission spectra. Here we have a spectra of nanoparticles loaded with coumarin-6 for PCl, PLL, and PLGA nanoparticles. Here, maybe we cannot see, but this is just line, the emission spectra for let's say, empty nanoparticles. So this is, let's say, the evidence on encapsulation process. Okay, now modification of our nanoparticles, polymeric nanoparticles for biomedical application. So let me start with a method of modification. So we choose the method sequential adsorption of charged nano objects, let's say, on charged surfaces. This is, I think, well-known method called layer by layer method. And what is important, that we have to have charged substrate or charged core. And by using charged nano object, we can form by sequential adsorption this charged nano object, we can form multi-layer shell. And what is important, that any charged nano object can be used to build the multi-layer shell. Generally, typical, we use the polyelectrolytes, polycations, and polyanions, but we can use any other charged nano objects like for example, proteins, metallic nanoparticles, and so on. So this is very universal method, and this is the reason why we chose it. So after formation of the multi-layer shell, using this layer by layer method, we measure the zeta potential after, let's say, each step of adsorption. And on this slide, we can see, let's say, main evidence or typical zigzag dependence of the zeta potential of polymeric core shell nanoparticles on the adsorption of subsequent polyelectrolytes layers. So for the preparation of the multi-layer shell, we use the biocompatible and biodegradable polyelectrolytes like polyl-lysine and polyglutamic glutamic acid. But what is important, that this, let's say, zigzag is let's say, main evidence for the formation of the multi-layer structure. Okay, how to deliver the drug to the place of the action. So today morning we have a few presentation and few information about passive targeting. So let me say just a few words about it. This passive targeting based on the fact that the blood vessels in the tumor tissue are, let's say, porous. The pore size is up to few hundred nanometers, and when these nanoparticles circulate in the system, they can accumulate in the tumor tissue. It's impossible in healthy tissues because there are no pores, so there's no accumulation. And this let's say, passive targeting is called enhanced permeability and retention effect, or EPR effect. Okay, so to deliver nanocarrier to the tumor based on the EPR effect, we have to prolong circulation of nanocarriers in our circulating system. So as we know, after IV administration, nano objects should be very fast removed from the circulation by our immune system. So we have to modify the surface of nanocarriers to prolong circulation. Because the first step of recognition by the immune system is absorption of proteins. So generally we have to prevent from non-specific binding of proteins. And one of the available and promising methods is a formation, so-called PEG corona. It's a layer of non-ionic polymer around nanocarriers. PEG is a polyethylene glycol, and we choose the let's say, pegylated polyelectrolytes. For this purpose, pegylated polyelectrolytes means that we have a PEG chains grafted to the polyelectrolyte. In our case, it's a polyanion PGA. And here we have, let's say, one example. However, we use various PEG chains and various grafting ratios. And that type of pegylated polyelectrolytes can be used as a building blocks in a layer-by-layer approach. Of course, as an external layer, because finally we have a non-ionic surface after adsorption. So our typical zigzag as evidence of the formation of the multi-layer, and PGL, PLL, PGA, PLL, PGA, PLL, and the external layer is formed from the PGA grafted PEG. The zeta potential is around zero because the non-ionic PEG polymer at the surface. So we tested stability of such system because, let's say, in this part we have electrostatic stabilization. However, here electrostatic doesn't work because it's zero. but by providing PEG, we provide steric stabilization of our system, which is also very important in bioapplications, since biofluids, let's say, require such stabilization. Okay, we tested also adsorption of selected proteins on such regulated, let's say, surfaces. And here we have results for PLA terminated surfaces. This is cationic surfaces, this is anionic surfaces, and here we have results for regulated surfaces. So as we can see here, we have various PEG chains and also various grafting regions. So we can see that the adsorption is limited almost to zero. It's few nanograms. So just this is almost zero. And this results is for the albumin, and similar results are obtained for fibrinogen. Also the adsorption of non-specific adsorption of proteins is very limited. And we finish this let's say investigation with full serum. And for the, let's say, future investigation, we choose PEG 5000 and grafting ratio 30% as an optimum. Okay, so another type of targeting, because up to now we discussed passive targeting, is a magnetic targeting. So it is also, let's say, simple and effective and interesting approach. We just need external magnetic field, for example, like here, and we need to form magnetic nanocarriers. So after IV administration and prolonged circulation, the nanocarriers, magnetic nanocarriers, should accumulate near the magnet or in the place of where magnetic field is. So the concept is basic but optimistic. So for the preparation of magnetic nanocarriers, we choose spions. It's superparamagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles as a building blocks for the formation of the multi-layer shell. Again, zigzag shape curve as evidence for the formation of the multi-layer structure. And on the right, we have, let's say, basic proof of concept. Also, here we have a cuvettes with a suspension of magnetic nanocarriers, and we have a magnet. So after a few hours, we can see that our nanomagnetically responsive, let's say, nanocarriers are accumulated near a magnet. And what is important, when we remove this magnet, so we can already disperse this suspension without any significant aggregation. Another functionality is so-called theranostics. Theranostics is a combination of, let's say, two functionalities in one system, diagnostic and therapeutic. And usually diagnostics means imaging by various methods. So we start with optical imaging. So we choose fluorescent dye. It was rhodamine, and we labeled polycation. And this labeled polycation was used for the formation of the multi-layer structure. And again, zigzag shape as evidence that we have a multi-layer structure. And on the right, the simple proof of the concept. We have a picture with suspension of nanoparticles, let's say not labeled or non-labeled, and labeled with one or two layers formed with PLL labeled by rhodamine. And also fluorescent emission spectra of our system. Here we can observe let's say typical signal from the rhodamine. And here we have just line for non-labeled nanocarriers, nanoparticles polymer. What's next? Well, next MRI. So another type of imaging is by MRI. We tested, let's say, few options. One of them is labeling with gadolinium complex. So we found that polyolefin labeled with gadolinium complex is commercially available. So we choose this polyelectrolytes for formation of our nano multi-layer shell. Again, zigzag shape as evidence that we play with multi-layer structure. Here we also have a pegylated nanocarriers. And here imaging by magnetic resonance. So we can see the difference in contrast properties depends on the general concentration of gadolinium compounds, gadolinium complex. So another type of let's say modification for MRI is. In fact, it's the same system like for magnetic targeting. It's spions nanoparticles were used to form multi-layer structure. So zigzag as evidence, and also similar imaging here. And we can see differences in the contrast. Here we have nanocarriers without spions, just polyelectrolytes, and here we have nanocarriers with one or two layers formed from the spines. Okay, and finally, biotest of our system. So as an example, I choose the paclitaxel. It's anti-cancer drug, very promising, very active. However, biodistribution is very low, it's below 6%. And of course, side effects. It's hydrophobic, so it's an ideal candidate for encapsulation in our system. So we form nanocarriers, PCL. Here we have an example of PCL nanocarriers, and PCL nanocarriers loaded with paclitaxel. The size is around 100 nanometers, so let's say optimal for passive and other type of targeting. Some simple evidence on encapsulation of the paclitaxel, and what is important, it's cytotoxicity test. Here we have I choose example with gadolinium labeled our nanocarriers, because gadolinium is also let's say toxic. So we tested the cytotoxicity of empty nanocarriers, and as we can see, the nanocarrier is quite safe for the tested cells, even gadolinium labeled. So we encapsulate the paclitaxel, and we compare the activity of encapsulated paclitaxel with the same concentration, but paclitaxel in the free form added to the cell culture. So when we compare these three cell lines, we can say that the activity of encapsulated paclitaxel is more or less similar to the free form. So this is a good result for us. So on the end, the conclusion. So generally, the methods for the formation of the polymeric core shell nanoparticles for encapsulation of selected hydrophobic drugs were developed. Obtained nanoparticles were modified for various biomedical application. Here we can include the passive magnetic targeting, theranostics, or imaging. And we can say that these nanoparticles may be, let's say, a promising platform for future targeted therapies or other biomedical application. So I would like to thank our partners from Institute of Nuclear Physics, Polish Academy of Sciences, Institute of Pharmacology, and the Jagiellonian University. And also I would like to thank you for your attention. And on the end, let's say some kind of graphical conclusion of our work I would like to present you today. So this is our way from the selected polymer and selected actives through the nano formulation and the functionalization to the biomedical application for, let's say, bioimaging, magnetic, or passive targeting. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, so just please ask.
Thank you, Dr. Krzysztof. Do we have any question in our hall? Yes, we have one question.
Okay.
Let me turn you to, let's say, to late 70s. And let's recall the falsified caviar, which was invented by Professor Nesmiyanov in Moscow. It was quite a similar idea. They used encapsulated fish extracts which were covered by a capsule of gelatin. So, should I understand that all the things you are doing are somehow related to this very early idea?
I'm not sure if I catch the question, because let's say half of it was, let's say, out of me. So can you repeat the first part of your question with microphone, because I have a problems with sound.
Okay. Okay, so I'm speaking about invention of Professor Nesmiyanov from Moscow, who entered the market of falsified caviar with the following product. It was fish extract encapsulated in gelatin. My question is, are your studies somehow related to this idea? And if yes, do you use some really benign polymers like gelatin, which was used by Professor Nesmiyanov?
Okay, I don't know, let's say, really this study from professor from Moscow, but generally a lot of people working in encapsulation and working with the LBL and the formation of the nanoparticles. So generally, I think that a lot of people work in the, let's say, similar approaches, similar area. But with gelatin, I didn't work. I use polyalysate and polyglutamic acid for the preparation, or pitosan alginate, yes, for the preparation of multi-layer shell, and let's say typical synthetic biodegradable hydrophobic polymers like PCR or PLA for the formation of the nanoparticles.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more question? Yes, we have one additional question, please.
So, if I understood that correctly, when the drug or some medicine is enclosed in the nanoparticle, it is somehow inactive. Am I right?
Again, please repeat.
If I understood that correctly, the medicine in the nanoparticle, which is encapsulated, is inactive because it doesn't have the
inactive is the encapsulated drug, let's say, is still active, but it's closed in nanoparticles. So releasing of the nanoparticles, they can perform a therapeutic action. So for a body, it's let's say after injection, when the drug or medicines is, let's say, protected from the body, and body is, let's say, protected from the drug, we can say that in this time the drug is inactive. but after releasing, it's active and it can perform the therapeutic action. If I could, let's say, understand question.
Yes, you understood it right. I would like to know if you investigated the further actions which we have to do to release the drug. So the nanoparticle just splits apart in the right place, or what we have to do?
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat, because the sound is, let's say, not very good.
Okay. Which further actions we have to do to make nanoparticle split apart to release the drug so that can be active and have the effect on the disease?
Okay, of course, if I could understand, because problems with sounds. Generally, there are two options, because after encapsulation, this nanoparticles and also this polyacrylate shell is formed with biodegradable, let's say, components. So there are let's say, two things. One is a degradation of such nanosystems, and through this degradation, the active substance can be released from the structure. And second one is very slow diffusion through the system, through the polymer matrix. So generally, everything should be, let's say, optimized for the time of delivering to the place of the action with a time of degradation and so on.
Okay.
Also, we can, by using, for example, magnetic nanoparticles, Pions nanoparticles, we can trigger the release remotely, for example, for alternating magnetic field. But this is let's say, another story.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay,
and we will move forward to our next speaker, Oleg Laurentovich. Oleg, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you well, and I am starting to share my presentation screen. So do you see the opening slide?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me and for giving the opportunity to present today. I'll be talking about the liquid crystal elastomers with nanoscale arrangement of molecular orientation that we use to interface with living systems. Last year, I was presenting a similar talk when the liquid crystal elastomers are interfaced with living tissues, with human fibrodermoblasts. This year, I will change the topic towards microswimmers, towards swimming bacteria, and how to control them with a substrate that have the liquid crystalline elastomer nature. So those are 4 students that contributed the most: Taras Turiv, Aruna Koizumi, Hen Baza, and Mustafa Rajabi, very international team, Ukraine, Japan, Egypt, and Iran. And we collaborated with our colleagues at Kent State and in the United Kingdom and United States. So the next slide shows the motivation for our work, somehow, yeah. So what you see in this little white and black video is microswimmer. It's swimming bacteria, Bacillus subtilis, that are placed in a drop of water. You might see that there is a lot of energy there, and the question is, can we extract this energy and transform it into some useful work? For example, use this chaotic swimming to streamline it and to force the bacteria to carry some cargo, let's say a colloidal particle or pharmaceutical from one point to another, or a chemical that can start a chemical reaction in some place that we want it to be started. And the problem is that how do you convey to this bacteria what do you want from them? They don't understand languages, they don't have visual channels of communications, they react only to the gradients of nutrients. But even if you create a gradient of nutrients, then sooner or later this gradient will be gone, and the bacteria would again have no clue which way to move. So that was the problem, and we decided to address this problem by using, instead of water, using liquid crystal environment to guide the swimming bacteria. But then the issue is, how do you design this liquid crystal environment? How do you create particular orientations of the liquid crystal environment for the bacteria to swim in? And here is where the liquid crystal elastomers as substrates, not as the bulk, but as substrates, are being used in our laboratory. So this is a typical liquid crystal. It's just a fluid made of elongated molecules. It can be also the aggregates of molecules if the material is lyotropic, based on water dispersions of organic molecules. But for liquid crystal elastomers, we use thermotropic liquid crystals, which are without any solvent. And then the issue is you create the liquid crystal, which is fluid, but then you polymerize it. And you connect the molecules of the liquid crystal so that it becomes a rubber. And depending on the temperature, it has some mechanical properties, but those will be of little interest to us. The main point is that you create a stable substrate which has orientational order and has some elasticity of rubber. And with this background, I would like to first introduce you to the technique how to control the orientation of molecules in these elastomers, and then how to use them to control microswimmers. So this is the key element of the technique to provide orientation of liquid crystals. What you see on the left-hand side is a metallic film with nanoslits. The nanoslits are elongated in one direction. Their length is about 300 nanometers, and their width is much smaller, about 100 nanometers. So what happens when light goes through such a film, because of plasmonic resonances, it gets polarized, and the polarization is perpendicular to the long axis of the nanoslits. Here you see the large array of nanoslits. And the transmitted light is well polarized in a linear fashion. So this film works as a simple polarizer. But the important thing is that, as you would see later, you're not obliged to draw and create these nanoslits in a parallel fashion. You can create any pattern of nanoslits, and that means that you can create any pattern of polarization of the transmitted light. So, okay, you have the linearly polarized light. How does it help to create something interesting? Here are the molecules of azodye with azobenzene moieties, and when one illuminates the film of such an azodye with linearly polarized light, the molecules of the dye would align perpendicularly to the polarization of light. That way they avoid trans to cis isomerization, and the orientation is stable. So as I said, you can prepare your MetaMask in any pattern you want, and here is one example. The light gets polarized while getting through the mask, and this polarization changes from point to point. And then you simply irradiate with this special invariant field the substrate with azodyes, and you obtain the well-aligned substrate with molecular orientation that follows your original design. And here you see some experimental textures of the aligned liquid crystal films that we produce. Those are real experiments, and the peaks show the local molecular orientation of the substrate. And then the interesting thing is that when such a liquid crystal rubber, the elastomer, is put in contact with the water environment, then it partially swells, and the swelling creates the grainy texture of the amplitude about 60 nanometers. And it turns out that this 60 nanometers is enough to provide strong anisotropy of the material itself and any other material that we place in contact with it. Last year, I was talking about living tissues that would follow these little bumps. And this year, I would just talk about how this alignment helps to direct the swimming bacteria. So this is the cell. We have two glass plates. The inner surfaces are patterned. I show the uniform alignment, but in fact, they are patterned. And then you place a droplet of water-based liquid crystal with bacteria in it. This is the sketch of the system. So you have the water-based liquid crystal. It's the aggregates of organic molecules in water. They are elongated and thus aligned parallel to each other. And then you disperse swimming bacteria, Bacillus subtilis, that has the shape of a rod with a rotating helicoidal flagellum. Now here you see the movie how this bacterium swims in the liquid crystal. Since there is no external force applied to the bacterium, the swimming is force-free. It means that whatever propulsive force the bacterium creates, it is balanced by the drag force that the medium inserts on the bacterium. So because of this, I present here a physics model of the swimming bacteria like an ellipsoid with two forces that are of equal magnitude but opposite directionality. This picture, if you want to understand what follows, would be nice to remember because my explanations will rely heavily on this simple image of the active swimmer. So, okay, we can prepare a uniformly aligned liquid crystal and see what would happen with the bacteria. And now you see it too. The bacteria swim left and right, and that's very nice. It's different from chaotic, but it's still not good enough because there is no unidirectional flow, and you cannot easily extract any work from this motion to left and to right. So the problem is to force them all to move from left to right, but not in the two opposite directions. And then we started to play with different approaches to create gradients of the director field. Those are exemplified here. You can construct the pattern in such a way that the director is circular or radial. And again, it shows the pathway for the bacteria to swim. But if you look, for example, at the left picture, you would see that, again, the clockwise and counterclockwise directions are of the same probability. But then if you do just a very small change in the design, namely you create your pattern in a chiral fashion with the spirals that can go either clockwise or counterclockwise, then you realize that you start to achieve the goal. Here you see that when the bacteria are placed in such an environment, then they start to swim strictly counterclockwise. And this pattern is the image of the velocity field. So what's the mechanism? Why suddenly they start to swim in one direction? And here this image of the bacterium as the ellipsoid with two equal forces is very helpful. Imagine that you have two bacteria close to each other, and they are aligned by the spiral director field. So there is some bend angle between them. You can easily see that the net force is absent in the horizontal direction because these two black arrows kind of cancel each other. But in the vertical direction, the two forces add up and create the resulting red arrow of force, which we call the active force. And then if you repeat the thought experiment everywhere else in the system, you will realize that this net force circulates counterclockwise in this geometry. And that is the reason why the bacteria start to swim in one direction, because of this collective activation force. You can write down in explicit mathematical terms what I just said about this adding of individual forces. You can write it as the map of active force, and then you can solve the equation by balancing the active force and the viscous resistance, and you would obtain the theoretical result in this red line that is kind of corresponding to what we see in the experiment and allows you to extract some material parameters of the system. So I mentioned that the effect is basically collective. So the question is, can we trace out when the individual behavior transforms into a collective behavior? So that was addressed by using similar substrates, but now with different numbers of bacteria. So here you see when the number of bacteria is small, maybe 4 or 5, and there is nothing of a teamwork. It's that each bacterium swims individually, and that means that the bacterium is following the director field. And here you see the integrated result. These trajectories are belonging to different bacteria. Then you increase the number of bacteria in the middle section, and suddenly you see that there is a formation of a loop. And this loop is seen also in the integrated unit. And when the concentration is high enough, here about 60 bacteria in the field of view, then suddenly this individual swimming along the director changes to a collective swimmer in a loop. And this loop is presented at the bottom. So how do we understand this collective behavior? Very simple. Each bacterium, when it swims, because of these two forces that I already illustrated, there are also two water jets that emanate from the ends of the bacterium. And these water jets interact with each other. And if the bacteria are far away, as these two in the bottom, this interaction is negligibly weak. But if they are close to each other, when the distances between them are comparable to the lengths of jets, then they start to interact, and I show you how to add vectors. In this particular case, you would see the now clockwise rotation, and also there is some radial force in the bacteria towards the center, simply because the spiral angle is not 45 degrees,
Матеріали дуже перспективні. Тому, в принципі, я думаю, нашому науковому середовищі також можна задуматися і робити дослідження, проводити наукові дослідження так, щоб спробувати на виході отримати знання чи, скажімо, нові технологічні напрямки, які можна підвести під ці запити, які зараз є в Горизонт Europe. Один з таких самих фундаментальних – це Excellent Science. І от в Excellent Science це, скажімо, просто найбільш направлена на фундаментальну науку підпрограма Горизонт Europe. Там є 3 основних підгранти – це Starting Grant, Consolidator Grant і Advanced Grant. Вони вже відкриті, про них можна багато прочитати, і це можна робити окрему лекцію. Єдине, що можу сказати, що стартінг грант і консолідатор грант, можна їх подавати окремо, як індивідуальні гранти. Так, можна подавати, переважно вони на молодих націлені, стартінг і консолідатор. А advanced грант, там немає обмеження по віку. І там немає обмеження, в advanced грант немає обмеження по часу, скільки пройшло років після захисту, тому що в стартінг грант і консолідатор грант є обмеження, тобто там проходить певна кількість, я зараз не пам'ятаю, 9, по-моєму, років, і ви вже не маєте права на них подаватися. Але це не прикладні, це фундаментальні дослідження, тут можна подаватись як на індивідуальні гранти, так і на команду. Тобто є керівник проєкту, набирає свою команду і можна подаватись на ці гранти. Про горизонт, як я сказала, є основних 3 напрямки. Це Open Science, Global Challenge і Open Innovation. По них я фактично дуже коротко. Конкурси – це акселератор і Pathfinder. Pathfinder наукові організації можуть приймати. Чим він цікавий Pathfinder, що можуть приймати? Чим він цікавий Pathfinder, що там можна подаватись навіть чи розробка на рівні одинички, тобто на рівні ідеї. Тобто, якщо ви маєте класну ідею, вона не опробувана, вона ще не досліджена. Так? Я не буду зупинятись, але хочу сказати, що одне з новшеств, яке ввела Єврокомісія, що після того, як ваш проєкт буде відібраний, керівник має захистити його. Тобто буде він робити коротку презентацію і виступати. Тобто передбачається, що треба їхати в Брюссель, але я не знаю, там через ковід, можливо, можна буде онлайн. І ще новшество, що тепер після того, як ви отримуєте результати оцінки, тому що в яку підпрограму горизонтову, яку ви не відправляли, ви маєте отримати результати, тобто ви їх отримуєте. І тепер навіть вам дається до 7 днів, щоб ви написали як відповідь рецензентам. Ви бачите всі питання або всі зауваження, які висловлюють вам рецензенти, вам відкривається, так як воно через портал онлайн подається, вам відкривається доступ до вашої пропозиції, яку ви подали, і ви маєте право, ви бачите всі зауваження, ви маєте право дати відповідь на них. От щось подібно, як, наприклад, рецензування статей. І після того, як 4 цих рецензенти читають вашу відповідь, після того тільки тоді виставляються остаточні оцінки. Раніше такого не було, це нове. Тут інформація наша, по якій ви можете з нами сконтактуватися. Ми дуже активні у Фейсбук-сторінці, ми ведемо свій веб-сайт, в нас є свій YouTube-канал, який ми зараз, до речі, використовуємо для трансляції цієї конференції. Тобто, ще раз хочу сказати, як для косме програми,